Hello, welcome in everyone. Is it Friday? Happy Friday, of course. Hello. I hope for those of you who have gone back to work that you have a good start. Today is not the last day before I need to go back to work. It's Sunday technically, so tomorrow is the last stream before I have to go back to work. I am not looking forward to it. I am completely not in the groove for work after 3 weeks of messed up sleep schedule and not doing anything except game, sleep, stream, eat, maybe. But yes, let me quickly say hello to everyone. Hello, Becha. Congrats on first. Hello, Austin. Hope work is going well and is pretty calm for you still. Hello, Rising. Hello, Adrenaline. Hello, River. And hello, Amadis. I know you're here, but I missed your message because your name is the same color as mine. Oh, you'll be cooking your chicken tomorrow? I guess that makes sense. Marinating takes a little longer. Usually, the stuff that we eat here only gets marinated for like 20 minutes before, so I don't think I've ever let anything marinate for a whole day. I'm excited to see how the story unfolds today. Yes, me too. I kept thinking about it, and I'm a little upset that I don't get to play it twice this week. But to be honest, reading Higurashi takes a lot out of my voice, so maybe only playing it once a week is not that bad of an idea. But that means we'll be progressing a lot slower than I wanted to. So I'll see how we do it next week. I no longer have to worry about that Monday depression. May I ask why? What did you do? Please let me know. What do I have to do to not worry about that Monday depression? Let's hope we can find out what Keiichi was doing in 2084. 2084? Oh my. I have a pizza in the meantime. I hope you enjoy the pizza. Reading out loud is tough. I know from playing Danganronpa and stuff. Yep, it takes a lot out of your voice. I got a very specific tea to help out with my throat. It tastes more like medicine, which may be part of why it works so well. I've been recommended to try out a specific tea called Throat Coat, but that one is very expensive where I live, so no. I would have to import it, and I'm not up for that. Also, hello Neko, how are you? Come in. Combination of factors, but mostly because of my plethora of mental health and life of living for 5+ years in supported combination means that I don't have the capacity to live a normal life, but I do try to make streaming fill that void. That's nice, at least. Yeah, I envy everyone who is able to avoid the Monday depression. Because boy, I have weekday depression. But it's okay. We make do. We make do the things we do for money. But yeah, I've been playing a bunch of DayZ and Rabbit and Steel. Rabbit and Steel, I say like a bunch of, but it's only been 8.1 hours in total. It feels like I've been playing it for 24 hours straight because that's how the game makes you feel. But yeah, DayZ is maybe something not a lot of people would expect from me. I played it a lot when I was younger. And I recently picked it back up because it was fully released after 10 years of development a couple of years back, so I wanted to check it out for a while. And I did. And it's actually pretty fun, except for dying constantly due to people having too good aim. But that's really just my fault. But yeah. 8 hours in 2 days is pretty good. That is pretty good. I did play Rabbit and Steel a little bit last night on my own, and I will say it differs a lot from playing with 3 other people. Because you can play Rabbit and Steel with up to 4 people, and oh boy, I feel like it becomes harder playing with 4 people. It's a lot slower paced when you are on your own, but there are so many things that can kill you if you just look out for the few things that the bosses throw at you. You don't have to dodge your co-op players. Um I guess it's not attacks. The stuff that they have on them, yeah, you don't have to dodge that because there's only the enemy's attacks. I also saw that the makeshift website has 2 plushies for Rabbit and Steel. One of a boss and the other one of a class. I think that it's the Greatsword class. But that one's already gone, unfortunately. I'm considering buying the boss's plushie because why not? I love plushies and I really like that game. If you like bullet hell games, I highly recommend that you check out Rabbit and Steel. I don't actually know what they describe it as in terms of gameplay. I think it's just they say it's like the fun part of MMOs, which is mostly the raiding stuff. Yeah, it's also a roguelike. Yeah, co-op action roguelike that recreates the essence of high-level MMO raiding in a randomized, simplified, bunny-sized package. You have lots of available classes that are literally just bunny girls, and it is quite fun. Hello, Space! How are you? Welcome in! That makes sense if you're not thinking about protecting other players and moving out of the target range. Yeah, it's a lot easier in my opinion, but it just is a little slower too. And it actually has story and lore, and you can have conversations with some of the characters and learn more about the world, which is quite nice. So I also recommend playing it on your own. The graphics are absolutely beautiful, in my opinion. I really like the style. And yeah, after 8 hours of playing, we have only beat 3 bosses. 2 yesterday and 1 today. Yeah, it is not easy. We still haven't managed to do 1 whole run in normal. But, you know. Also, I think they're planning to release a DLC, which, yes please? It's not out yet, right? No. No, not yet. But yeah, it's really fun. Music is good. Highly recommend for anyone that likes that type of game. Other than that, I've been trying to keep up with Animal Crossing. I was playing yesterday and today, and oh my god, I forgot how much time Animal Crossing takes to play if you want to finish specific stuff in 1 whole day. I think I was playing for multiple hours last night, and I finally finished it. And then earlier today, I was playing for like another 1 to 2 hours. It takes a long time in the early game, but I think as soon as I get to a point where I've unlocked most of the things and I don't have to grind the materials and everything, might be a lot easier to just log in, do some dailies, and log back out. And then we can focus on streaming it once in a while to build some stuff on the island. I haven't made up my mind how many times I want to stream it yet. I think once a week is a little much. I don't think I can show you that much interesting stuff on a once per week schedule, but maybe like twice a month or so. We'll see. Anyway, we are going to be playing Higurashi today. I am thinking about where we left off and if I have to read any tips. Yeah, we had that very disturbing scene last time, and then we also had yeah, our murder plans. Yes, we still have those. I'm still not sure that he's gonna go through with it. Right, and then we have the suspicion that Satoshi actually killed the aunt, which probably very obvious by now. The guy who was framed for it was probably drugged and then killed. And yeah, Keiichi is basically heading down the same path. Also, hello, Ruben? I hope that's okay for me to call you that. New guy here, I think. Just saw your Higurashi VODs on YouTube and I'm excited that another person is experiencing this fantastic series. Aw, thanks for checking out my VODs. I know some people watch them. I still have to upload a couple of them, I think. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying them. Yes, I really like this series a lot. I watched the anime like 10 years ago, so I remember absolutely nothing. Especially not all the details, because the anime skips on a lot of stuff for obvious reasons. But yeah, the visual novel has been fantastic so far. I have no complaints other than, you know, Keiichi being a dumbass sometimes. But other than that, it's been very good. But yes, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay here, also watching me live. I think if I was starting a brand new island, I would play regularly at the start of streams as an appetizer form of content before the main event. One can easily burn out on. Oh yeah, I totally understand that. I have burned out multiple times. I did think about that, but I don't know. Sometimes I take a long time sometimes yapping, and I feel like if I play Animal Crossing at the beginning of streams, you'll see me yapping for 2 hours, and then we'll get to the game that we actually want to play for like the rest of the 2 hours, which is I think about it. Maybe as we get further into it and we don't take as long, we can do that. But it's a pretty good idea. I was searching on YouTube to see if any new person is reacting to the anime or streaming the visual novel. I really think this is one of those games where you can pick out a few key moments and just pop into people's playthroughs and be like, oh yeah, that's a pretty nice reaction. But yeah, I am... as I don't remember anything, I'm mostly shocked by everything. I actually don't know how this specific chapter is gonna play out. The only one that I kind of knew how it was gonna play out was the first one, since that was a very memorable scene. And the rest, I don't think I remembered any of it. I remember there was some scene with nails, since that was pretty traumatic in the anime, but I didn't know how we got there. So, yup. I used to do things like Duolingo like that. Oh, that's actually a really good idea. That way you can get your language learning in and you can learn with your viewers. That's quite nice. Got my museum now and I'm working on getting the shop. Oh my god, I had to grind to get the shop. I had to buy, I think I bought like 2 Nook Mile tickets to get some more iron. And by doing that, oh my god, I actually need to talk about this because I found this very cute sheep. I don't remember her name. She was adorable, so I invited her. And I found this random chicken villager, and I was like, well, I don't think you're cute, but I'm gonna take you anyway. Because, I mean, it's a chicken. How can you say no to a chicken? It's burp. And then the last one was actually Kiki, the black cat, and I actually screamed from joy. I was so happy that I got her. I was like, yes! So yeah, we'll have Kiki, the black cat, move in, which I'm very excited about. Hello, Yaya! Welcome in! Yes, it is Higurashi-ing time. Also, hello, Toonie! Welcome in again! Enjoy your lurk! This is my favorite question arc. I know it's terrible, but I found it to be the chapter that grabbed me and emotionally drained me. Oh my god, the last stream of Higurashi completely drained me emotionally. I'm like, ooh, I don't even want to remember it. The voice acting was, ooh, so painful. It was so painful. So I'm not looking forward to the end. I mean, I am because I want to know what happens, but also, I don't want her to suffer anymore. Going to lurk. Hi, Toonie. Hope you are having a nice day. And the grinding in, I think Honkai was what you were grinding. I hope you can get the character that you wanted. Higurashi, my cry. Same. But yes, also hello Didi, hello, welcome in. Let me give you a shout out. Do you think we're gonna finish the arc today? Oof. What were we on? 9? I think there is at least 11. I'm not sure. If I can stop my yapping, and if the chapters are relatively short, we might? The last two were very short, so we might be able to get to the last one at least. If we can, I might squeeze in Higurashi on Sunday since I don't have anything planned. I will see though, it depends. So that we can finish it this week. It really depends. This was the one chapter that made me realize I had fallen in love with the characters. I love the characters so much, but I knew that from the anime already. I love these characters even before I played this visual novel, so... Every tell Keiichi goes Higurashi mode and says, I'm going Higurashi when they cry mode, and Higurashi's all over Oyashiro-sama. Yeah, that's the best part about the game. Sure. Depends if we can contain our Higurashi yapping. Maybe, yeah. Still have to go through the festival, right? Should be this exact chapter. But let's find out. I actually don't know if we're gonna start right in the middle of the next day. Which should be, Sunday. It is the day of the festival. So it is the day of our supposed killing of the uncle. I'll reserve the yapping for the end. Fair. I will probably yap in between with my brain mumbo jumbo. Will Oishi become the Higurashi no Nakukoro ni? That Oishi meme that I sent in Saro's server, I love it so much. Every now and then I'll look at it and just giggle to myself. It is so good. Can I whip it up real fast? It is a very beautiful meme. I know that the image is very small, so... I think that's it. Oh my goodness, that is small. There you go. It is fantastic. Beautiful meme. We love it. Watched the anime too, but I'll be honest, I wasn't as attached to the characters there as I am now after going through the VNs. Yep, I understand that. I love the characters, but I feel like I love them more now. We let the Higurashi yap. They've been yapping for a long time, though. Not the uncle. What do you mean? I'll be so happy once he's dead. If he's dead. But yes. Sunday. The fireworks I heard before noon were probably to announce the opening of the festival. And the weather certainly wasn't festival weather. It was cloudy. The television forecast was calling for possible downpours starting this evening and lasting until around midnight. But as long as it wasn't raining at the moment, the festival would go on. So, that's not good. Trying to bury a body with the floor all wet? I don't know if that's gonna go the way that we want it to go. Detective Delicious and his damn air conditioner. I want to be in his car again. I miss the times when he wouldn't aggressively shake Keiichi. He'll be much happier as a ghost. Right? He'll be reunited with his, well, not so beloved wife, but, you know. And his lover, too. They're all dead. You should follow them. The festival had to open, or it wouldn't begin. The Furude shrine grounds were probably decorated beautifully for the big performance that only happened once a year. Many paper lanterns were hung up, all in the auspicious colors of red and white. The sound of electric motors at the stalls, the voices of kids running around, their happy families watching them, smiling. He almost sounds nostalgic. Like he's gonna disappear after this, isn't he? Today was the festival of Watanagashi. The music is also new, I think. Was everyone already partaking in the festivities? What about Satoko? Had she forgotten her days of suffering just for a few moments while smiling that brilliant smile she hadn't in so long? This would probably be the longest day of my life. It would be a day I would remember vividly for as long as I lived. I told my parents I'd go to the festival this evening and lounged about during the early afternoon. It's kind of interesting how he's already struggling to go through with it, but in the first chapter he so nonchalantly killed them. I know it was self-defense, and he was probably drugged or something, but he's really struggling with this, as he should. It would be kind of messed up if he wasn't. Keiichi is the sacrifice? Maybe. Probably. I can't imagine him not disappearing or dying this time around. We may have lived under the same roof, but they couldn't help being surprised by the deviation from how I usually spend my time. Glancing at my parents out of the corner of my eye, I went to the front door. I tied my shoes just a little tighter than normal, as if to express the firmness of my resolve in those knots. When I decided to murder Satoko's uncle, I was in such a state of excitement I almost went crazy. Almost? I'm pretty sure he already is crazy. They were gonna give him the Tomitake treatment, you think? I mean, yeah, that's... Wait, no, they were not gonna give it to him. They did give it to him. He did scratch out his throat in the end, so... Well, they succeeded. I know you're not even halfway through, but I hope someday, eventually, you'll check out Umineko. Oh, trust me, I will. It's next on the list after we finish Higurashi. I even bought everything already. It was on sale recently, and I was like, well, might as well buy it now. So, yes, I'll be playing it after. And when I was planning out the act of a murder, which went directly against all the morals fostered in me thus far, I was in such a state of calm I almost thought I had lost my emotions. And then yesterday, when I learned Satoshi had made the exact same phone call as me, I didn't know how to describe the muddled feelings I had then. And now, entering today, right now, I lacked all the emotions I'd possessed until now. To make a simple analogy, it was the kind of feeling you might get right after you wake up when you're still half asleep and you don't feel anything very clearly. I had no anger towards that man for the violence he'd committed against Satoko. Nor did I feel sadness towards or sympathize with her. I felt no discontent towards my friends who had just waited and watched, never reaching out to her with any help, and no nervousness or fear towards the day that had finally come. He still thinks I didn't do anything. You even tried to do something and it didn't work out. What else were they supposed to do? Not everyone can kill someone. Become one with the hive mind? I'll be here for it, thank you. The circle of Viences, they're so good, but it takes so long to get through them as a streamer. I like it. I like having long projects, so I'm not too upset about it taking long. But yes, Higurashi we've been playing since like what, September last year? It takes a bit. Yes, right now you could say I was in the best possible condition for carrying out a murder. When it came down to it, I would probably need to let my violent emotions take control. But right up until that moment, I would be like an insect. I would slowly, surely, and silently move towards my one objective. And then when I had my prey, I'd attack like a bullet. There was no emotion in that, just the creeping mindset insects possessed. That sort of sneaking feeling was just the best. I would kill Satoko's uncle like he was a worm. I had to laugh a little. Thinking that way, thinking like an insect. You're taking this a little seriously. He's gonna become the Higurashi. They all have their secrets. All the girls can be proactive. They could have attempted things, right? Especially Mion seemed like she might have tried to do something. I tightened my laces one more time and walked out the door. I brought the shovel out of the front storeroom. I would need it to dig the man's grave. The shovel was a convenient one made for camping. If I twisted it like so and split it into 3, I could easily hide it in my bag. I twisted the shovel and dismantled it, and even though I'd done it countless times before, I had trouble for some reason. Like I was suddenly clumsy now. Well, not so emotionless now, are you? Probably nervous as all shit. I knew why. Oh, it wasn't because I was nervous? My weak-willed self deep within me was hesitant. So you are nervous. Shion was not really present much this time. She had that one moment where she kind of freaked out on Keiichi because he was talking about Satoshi. I wonder if she's gonna appear again? I knew that the act of dismantling the shovel was the first step I'd take to becoming a murderer. The last twist was conspicuously difficult, but it finally submitted before the strength of my determination. Like when stories nail how hard it is to dig a hole with a shovel, I really hope he doesn't just easily dig a hole. Let's see. Because it is really difficult. And if it's gonna start raining, it's gonna become even more difficult shoveling wet dirt. Soaked, mushy dirt. That's not gonna be nice. Keiichi's contradiction is interesting to read. He is an interesting character. I'm glad with the way that they wrote him, because I find him to be, dare I say, one of the most interesting characters, even though he's very normal? It's difficult to describe. His inner thoughts are very interesting. I mean, they should be. Otherwise, they wouldn't be interesting to read, but you get it. The area around Satoko's house was outside my circle of activity, but even just riding my bike in the middle of the day like this might seem suspicious to an observant person. I definitely want to avoid meeting and talking to someone I knew. With that in mind, I chose the route to my destination carefully. I didn't mind going the long way around. With how long this day would be, I could never be too careful after all. Very kid way of thinking. Trying to fix this in a legal way is very difficult, but this path is just as difficult, just in a different way. I mean, he's at least seemingly willing to go through with it. Maybe he doesn't understand what he's about to do, or he doesn't want to understand, or he can't because he's just a kid. Keiichi's very childlike, as we saw it with the whole Satoko can live in my room scenario. Yep, that was a peak display of how childish his thinking is. Which I think makes him so well written. Because after all, he is a kid. Still, I was fortunate enough not to run across anybody on my way to the planned site of the crime. I wasn't superstitious at this point, but it was a good omen. The place I would dig the hole was in this grove, a little further into the woods. I was worried I might not make it to the same place as before, since there were no signs to guide me, but I arrived there smoothly as expected. I took another look around, not even a hint of human presence. The air was a little bit damp, but it was comfortable in the cool shade of the trees. I took the disassembled shovel out of my bag and began skillfully putting it together. It's only a camping shovel, which makes this even harder. It's not a proper shovel with like a, what do they usually have? I know them with a wooden handle, which makes them extremely sturdy. The fact that you can disassemble this makes it so much less sturdy. His inner thoughts can be clueless and relatable, is flawed, and he sways from perspectives a lot, which people often do but don't speak out about. Yes! Exactly! That pretty much sums it up really nicely for me. Sure, killing someone is harder than you'd think, but so is digging a grave, so is hiding evidence, so is keeping the secret for life. Can't believe Diana is the Bay Harbor Butcher! Oh no, Dexter. How dare you? Now we know Didi is, you know, keeping a secret for life. Oh boy. It's interesting how different this arc is compared to the first two. Keiichi was always reacting to things happening around him. This time he's proactive and is the one planning an act of murder. Yes! That's what I said last time too. The last couple of times it wasn't him actively doing anything. He was just reacting to what was happening around him, whether it was self-defense or reacting to finding out that his friend is a serial killer, basically, or, you know, a messed up ritual killer, whatever you want to say. But yeah, this time he's actively becoming a murderer, which, yeah, okay. Character development, I guess. Then I stuck the tip of the shovel into a soft-looking patch of ground and pushed it on it with my foot. The shovel would split into the earth if I put some strength into that foot. The act of doing so seemed awfully like the point of no return, and it made me hesitate. I was just digging a hole with a shovel, but it made me gulp hard. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Let's do a countdown. Get it done on the count of 3, okay? Alright. 1, 2. Couldn't do it on the countdown, despite it just being sticking the shovel into the ground, and I had to count down 5 or 6 times. Aw, man. Damn it. I'm just digging a hole. This is pathetic. Is he really gonna be able to go through with it? I'm not sure. As I thought that, I put strength into my heel like I was stepping on something unpleasant, and split came the sharp noise. Well, here we go. I would never get away with anything. Same. Keiichi may be considered an average protagonist, but Rikishi somehow adds aspects to his personality that makes it stand out. Yes! I find it hard to describe why, but I think you guys summed it up pretty nicely. He is a pretty average dude, but he was written in a way that makes him very interesting. It was only soft at the beginning. Roots and stones quickly got in my way, informing me just how hard it was to dig a hole big enough for one person. No decent person would ever come here anyway. Maybe it would be enough to cover him up with some dirt. Ugh, you do not want to take risks with something like this. You do not want to have to come back and fix mistakes near the crime scene. I'll go through with it because the uncle will say something that angers him. Yeah. He'll do something stupid and he'll completely lose his cool, understandably. Every time a naive thought like that crept into my mind, I bit down on it and with my teeth and dug even harder. I've dug enough now. I could hide him like this. Every time I thought that, I would go down into the hole grow disappointed at how shallow it was, and return to digging. God, especially in the heat? Ugh. The thin layer of sweat on my brow eventually formed into drops and fell to the ground. My back was in even worse shape. My damp shirt adhered to my skin and it felt disgusting. The things I couldn't stand the most were the mosquitoes. Ooh, buddy, did you not prepare? The mosquitoes. Oy, 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 oy. Maybe they were attracted by the scent of my sweat. The white and black striped mosquitoes would cling to me whenever I let my guard down. It was hot. It was disgusting. I was sticky. I was itchy. All those uncomfortable feelings surged through me in waves. What if he somehow has Satoko with him? That would be bad. I mean, best case scenario, Mion did manage to take Satoko to the festival. We don't know that yet until we actually lure him out or get him out one way or another. I don't think Keiichi's plan is gonna work out the way he thinks it will. Yep, exactly. You want it deep enough for dogs not to randomly stroll around, which this would be a prime spot for people to take their dogs because you can let them off leash since there's no streets and stuff. And they would go digging like crazy around this spot. Do you know how much dogs and shit love the scent of dead things? You just know that his mom told him to be careful of mosquitoes and he just ignored her? Mm-hmm. She was probably like, yo, if you're going to the festival today, do you maybe, want to take some bug spray? And he just left without even talking to her. So many mosquito bites, you must have been somewhere pretty remote. If they check him, yeah. Damn it all. So what? Are you telling me to pack up and go home? Is that it? I hadn't yelled at anyone. It was me talking to myself. Me telling myself something. He really doesn't want to do this. Why was I feeling this way and digging a hole all the way out here? What benefit would digging this hole give me? What harm would there be in not digging this hole at all? Well, then someone is gonna dig a hole for Satoko, I feel. Wait, in the first place, who ordered me to dig? When I thought it over, maybe ever since grade school or even before that, my whole life had only been me doing what other people told me to. I didn't mean it was somehow constrained, living a life just based on the command of others. And I didn't mean I was too lazy to try and find my own road in life. Metaphorically speaking, yes, it was like a road. Oh, are we? Yeah, okay. He's now heading into headspace. You need to dig at least 2 meters to possibly lose the scent. Oh. It also depends on how tall the uncle is. We don't know how tall he is. He hypes himself up when it's something he's uncomfortable with. Yeah, he somehow needs to get him to do all of this. Yeah, he's suffering from the heat and everything, and with his emotions that he says that he doesn't have. But even when he says that he isn't emotional, he's clearly having emotions right now. He's struggling to even dig a hole. Ichi talks about his life before Hinamizawa. He has made a lot of character development from chapter 1 specifically. I remember I had this very specific image of Keiichi in my mind, and he slowly changed over the chapters, which, I mean, it's all a different timeline, but I like to think that his character development kind of keeps going over the following chapters. And he basically keeps what he learned as a person in the following chapters, even if the timeline quote unquote resets. I've never been particularly physically fit. I didn't hit puberty very early, and if all my classmates and I got in a line, I'd usually be on the shorter end. My scores in jump rope competitions and marathons were the very picture of average. And it wasn't like the captains of dodgeball teams would have a passionate rock, paper, scissors contest to see which would get me. During those kindergarten and grade school years, it felt like someone was only worth how fast they grew and how fit they were. Looking back on it now, it was really uncomfortable for me. The thing that turned all that around was just a few words from my mother.
ケイチ、あなた塾に入る気はない？
Keiichi, would you like to go to a cram school?
学校の勉強がわかるようになって楽しくなるわよ。
You'll better grasp what you're learning in school, and it will be more fun. I don't know about the fun parts, but okay. Oh, never mind. The very first test I took at cram school was kind of like a game. It was a lot of fun. It wasn't like the tests with the same exact problem dozens of times in a row. Every question had a picture to it, almost like one of those puzzle books that came with manga magazines. If my studies at school had been like this, it would have been way more fun. Well, that's good, at least. I never went to cram school, so I don't know what it would be like. Never seen a sprite for Keiichi? Can you imagine reading Higurashi at Komiket and not knowing what this guy looks like? I'm thinking about it, but you're right. He doesn't have a single sprite, and the only visuals that we get of him are the new background images that you get for some of the scenes. I don't think they had them in the OG style, so yeah. On a time loop in terms of everything gets erased, the end meets up with the beginning. So he unknowingly changes mentally, and when he's a blank slate at the start of a chapter, he keeps some things as this is normal and other things as why do I feel this way or have this daunting feeling. Basically, yeah. MC not having a spread is pretty standard in VNs, but yeah, usually you know what they look like, right? From game covers and everything. Even if his face is like covered by a shadow as it is for like many VN protags, I feel. Usually you kind of know what they look like. But yeah, for Keiichi, there hasn't been a single thing. Every single Higurashi chapter only has the individual girl on the cover, so you wouldn't know how he looks like. Several days later, I went to cram school again with my mother and the enrollment paperwork. Mom and the person at the cram school had a really long, heated discussion, so I accidentally dozed off and missed most of what they said, but I clearly remember one point. Mom had made a loud groan, surprised at something.
61って平均点が61点ですか？
By 61, do you mean his average score was 61 points?
いえ、違いますよ、お母さん。
No, not at all, Mrs. Maebara.
全国展開する当塾での平均偏差値が61です。
The deviation from the mean of all our cram schools across the country is 61.
簡易式の知能検査でも非凡な数字が出ています。
He's showing extraordinary numbers, even on a simple intelligence test.
まず申し上げて、前原圭一君は大変に頭がいい。
First, I would like to say that Keiichi Maebara-kun is extremely bright.
ケイチが？
She's like, no way.
でも学校では大した成績じゃありませんし。
Keiichi? But he doesn't have very good grades at school. Well, that's because grades at school doesn't describe how intelligent a person is.
通信簿も2、3、4が適当に並ぶ平均的なもので。
He has average marks on his report card. B's, C's, D's.
何かの間違いではありませんか？
There's some kind of mistake?
いくつかの知能テストとも重ねましたが、その結果、興味深いことが分かりました。
We cross-checked with several tests as well, and we learned some very interesting things as a
前
result.
原くんは意味を持たない問題に非常に弱いのです。
Wabara-kun is extremely weak when faced with emotions? Yeah, that too. With questions that don't have any meaning.
無味乾燥で自身の生活に結びつかない内容の問題に興味が持てないのです。
He just has no interest in simple, dull questions that don't have to do with everyday life. I feel like that's true for most people. A lot of times, the smarter you are, the more school bores you, and the less. Yeah, the education system for neurodivergent people, forget about it. Even in countries that pride themselves on having a good education system, even there they have difficulties providing a good job on teaching students what they need and what they are interested in, catering to everything that they need and that the things that they are interested in at the same time is really difficult. Recently, I've seen people say that Keiichi could be read as a character on the spectrum. I can see that being true, but I am not too well studied on the subject of autism and ADHD, for example, so I will not give my opinion on that as I do not know enough about it. I don't like giving comments about mental health stuff when I don't know enough about it. I am not licensed to speak about this. Nor can I say I have personal experience as I do not have official diagnoses. He's on the spectrum in your opinion? I can see it. It's your whole life. I appreciate your reservations. Yeah, I don't like to talk about things when I have no personal experience with it. I will leave it to people who have way more knowledge than I do and actual experience with it. So you can give your own opinion if you want to. He comes off like that. I can see it, yeah, but I couldn't tell you why exactly.
2+3 は分からなくても、リンゴが2個あって3個増やしたら何個にという形なら理解できるということですか？
So even if he doesn't know what 2 plus 3 is, if you told him he had 2 apples, then he got 3 more, he would understand that sort of thing?
その通りです。
That's right.
例えば正六面体の展開図を描けと言われて混乱する圭一君も、サイコロを切り開いたらどんな形になる？
For example, instead of telling him to draw a flattened, foldable cube, what if we asked him what a die would look like when cut
と
open?
いうふうに聞けば見事に答えられるのです。
If we did that, then he can answer beautifully. Then the person from the cram school showed her a page from one of the exams I took. It was a paper with questions about construction. Construction questions were unusual, so they were really cool, weren't they?
正二十面体の展開図を描けという問題です。
In this question, it asked to draw an unfolded regular icosahedron. I do not know that word from German, so I don't even know what that looks like. A shape with 20, okay, faces. Okay.
この問題を二十面体のサイコロを作るにはどんな風に厚紙を切ればいい？
Then we rephrased it and asked him how he would cut out a piece of cardboard to create a 20-sided die.
と聞き直したら、圭一君はさも簡単そうにこれを書いてみせました。
Keiichi-kun drew the answer as though it were easy. Yeah, I had this as well. We're in university. I studied computer science a bit. And the math specifically, depending on how things were worded in university, I had an easier time understanding that compared to the stuff that we were taught in school. So just being able to visualize things properly and have actual real world examples helps out so much compared to just learning from a textbook. I found university to be so vastly different and so much easier in comparison. So I totally understand what they're talking about here. Not Keiichi becoming the relatable protagonist. Oh yeah, he did mention that he struggled to make friends, you're right. Tends to not understand things if it isn't told to him directly. Being indirect or subtle confuses him. Yep, that is true. He sometimes, not just sometimes, people will explain things to him. We had that moment with, who was it, Irie, I think, who was explaining to him the law about child protection and how things worked and what requirements had to be fulfilled before Satoko could be taken into custody, for example. Custody makes it sound like she's being arrested, you know what I mean. And he wasn't able to grasp it until he explained it to him in very simple words, without any metaphors or anything like that. Oh yeah, with the job being new and interesting, I get that. I recently, on the Discord, I talked about how my father would often joke that he had autism. And I was thinking about what he said and how he behaved during my childhood. And although I don't want to say anything, I don't know enough about my father, funny enough, but just from the little things that I've been able to observe, he shows many traits of autism, so I was always wondering if it wasn't a joke, but he just never wanted to directly tell me. We all learn and absorb information differently, exactly. Which is why the whole educational system fails so many people, because not everyone learns the same way. I try my best, but it never seems to work out. I think a lot of people would probably appreciate the effort. I know I would. But I can see why you would struggle, because not everyone would appreciate just the pure effort of something, seeing how much work you're putting into it, just seeing the side where you're struggling. So I'm sorry that you struggle with that. But it's nice to know that you at least are doing all you can. But yeah, we've been yapping for so long that there is now an ad break coming up in 1 minute. So, before we keep going with this, let us just take a very quick break. I will do some fishing. And if you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink or get a snack, feel free to do that right now. There we go. And I'll see you in 3 minutes. I'm back. I was reading through some of your guys' messages and um I really appreciate that they're giving us this insight on his character. I feel like you guys are probably right about all you said. He is showing some more signs that I thought he was, but you guys are probably right. I wonder why we're getting this background information though. We were just digging a hole and now I'm getting so much insight on his thoughts and his time in school. Took 1500 seconds. Oh my goodness. I forgot the 1500 seconds. Do you guys, we should probably time his murder if he does it. Will it actually take 1500 seconds? We will see. Yeah, let me just quickly drink some more water. It's a meme. Oh my god. I mean, why wouldn't it be? It was such a memorable scene. I'm gonna try and work 1500 seconds into every message. Do you though? Do you, Amadis? Do you have to do that to me?
これは平凡なことではありません。
This is not something an average child can do. Oh yeah, this is also very nice. Usually, things like autism and ADHD are represented as... I know there's a lot of discussion about whether or not it should be regarded a disability, mental health issue, or whatever. But usually in media and stuff, it's portrayed as a negative trait. We haven't finished this conversation with the teacher yet, but it seems like they're not portraying it as a bad thing in this case, which I really like. If he is on the spectrum, which I agree with you guys, probably is. This is not something an average child can do.
ケイチ、あなたどこかの本の雑誌の付録か何かで二十面体のサイコロを作ったことがあったの？
Keiichi, have you ever made a die with 20 sides from a magazine extra or anything? Dice only went from 1 to 6. I never even considered before this test that there were dice with more than 6 sides. Clearly, he has never played D&D. How he's been trying to solve Sadako's problems. He thinks outside the box far more than the others do, even if, you know, his solution is too extreme. True. It was fun to imagine what kind of shape a die that went up to 20 would have. I'm pretty sure Mion has a 20 die. If I had a die like that, I would win at snakes and ladders against anyone. So I immediately wanted to make it. Finally, I entered cram school. There were only 4 students in the class they put me in, which was called Select. It was the highest class, and some of my classmates were in lower classes. And when I remembered how much better they had done at things like dodgeball and the 50-meter sprint, I felt happiness well up within me for the first time. Even if I wasn't as good at them physically, I triumphed over them in other ways. It was fun at first. The more I did, the more I was praised. My teachers at school suddenly started pampering me, and it felt good. My parents were satisfied too, and I enjoyed seeing them satisfied. It would have still been super new in the 80s. I think Mion mentioned that she goes to these stores that get all of this new imported stuff, so I feel like she could have gotten access to it. I think they mentioned that in the first chapter that she went to these, I don't know, obscure stores that get these very nice shipments of stuff imported from the US and stuff. The more I listened to my parents' commands, the more the fun things got. That did happen, didn't it? I grinned dryly in self-deprecation, because, well, my studious lifestyle didn't end up lasting very long. I was only at the beginning. I enjoyed learning more and more. I gradually got along less with my friends. My classes were behind what I was learning in cram school, and I eventually stopped respecting the teachers, given that they could put me to sleep with their lectures. Oh boy. Yeah, that'll get you nowhere. And, well, I was a disagreeable sort who bragged a lot about how much I knew. That sounds very much like Keiichi. And the ways of the world wouldn't let me remain in that state of ecstasy forever. I would do as I was told, then I'd go above and beyond their expectations, and then they praised me. I was happy for that, and the cycle repeated itself like the wheels on a bike. I thought moving forward like that was how life worked, like a bicycle. When I moved to Hinamizawa, I realized just how inadequate it was. Some things happened, and we started saying how moving and getting a change in atmosphere would be nice. And then my father, he had a place that he liked, that he'd gone to a few times to draw the nature. He started saying that he wanted to bring his atelier there. With me in blank amazement, they decided to move to Hinamizawa. Oh my god, they really flipped his life upside down. But, I mean, I guess he enjoys it. And after that, I met them, didn't I? The first day after transferring here, I went to the classroom with the teacher. I thought it would seem pitiful for her to bring me in there, so I placed my hand on the door before she could, slammed it open, and set foot into the room. Hello, Zexu! Welcome in! These emotes are pretty. You mean mine? Oh my goodness! Thank you. How are you? To me, first reading the Viens, Keiichi always had this pretentious vibe. Oh yes, that's what I meant. In the first chapter, he came off as super unlikable and pretentious. I think I even said that I didn't like him a lot. So, yup. Hearing this about his past doesn't surprise me. He did come off as very harsh early on in the chapters. I'm home dying? Why are you dying? You're not supposed to be dying. I hope you can stop dying. But yeah, I'm doing good. The thrilling, powerful way I opened that door was none other than my own determination to try doing my life over again. And then, within seconds, that determination took a hard counter to the face. A blackboard eraser fell on me. Plus, there was a huge rock inside. It was a It was a supremely painful trap. Somehow, oh my god, someone had set up Satoko right on the first day too. Oh, come on. Satoko was already beating me right from the first day I transferred. That frightened me. I was bewildered. The class was surprised too. I wasn't just surprised that the students in the class were all in different grades and were different genders. It was because the room felt completely different from the schools I knew. If he's mentioning it like that, does that mean he went to an all-boys school? Sunrise. This theme brings back memories of the feels of this chapter. Satoko's gang? Satoko world invasion? Please, I don't know if I can handle that many Satokos at once. He seems generic, but there's layers to his personality. Yes, and we're slowly uncovering them as we play along. I like that. As I spent more time with them, my surprise continued to grow. This fresh sense of surprise had never left my life, even to this day. Every day was a fresh new surprise. I've never had a single boring day since coming here. The days were lively, spent with the other club members. We played Old Maid with cards, with scratches on the back to cheat. Oh, yes, the early chapters. We let all our passions go wild during our games. We're getting so nostalgic already. This is not even the last question arc. We went all out as regular participants in tournaments at the toy store in town and many, many more things. Recently, during those times, there was the bento competition. It was then. That's when I saw an unexpected side to Satoko. Thinking back on it, I only ate dinner with her 2 nights. It was such a sweet, gentle time spent, and it warmed my heart remembering it even now. I realized that Satoko was pretending to be stubborn and firm, and how brave she was. Out of her heart, always waiting for her Nini to come home. And I vowed to become her Nini. They're gonna make me cry this chapter. I actually want those emotes so bad. May I ask who did your emotes? Yes, you can ask. Let me... I hope I could spell their name correctly. Yes, the lovely Shio did my emotes. Yes, yes, yes. Please check them out. They're an amazing artist who also did a model that I have yet to get rigged. But yes, yes, Shio is amazing. Please check them out. I really love the emotes too. You haven't already? I cried at the Satoko trauma breakdown. Buddy, I was... I was holding back so much. That and the time we visited her at her uncle's house, I was holding back the tears, okay? I was so close. I was choking up so bad, you have no idea. Satoko may have been nagging and overly critical, but she knew how to take care of someone. But though it might have seemed like she was taking the lead, it was actually her way of depending upon another person. Even if Satoshi and Satoko's lives as siblings were confined by their uncle and his wife, they were still warm, sunny days. On the inside, you were growling. Like Keiichi, I was making that noise on the inside that he was making when Irie was holding him back with the hand over his mouth. That was me. When did those sunny days all go wrong? What mistake was made? Lamenting tragedies of the past would do no good, and I told myself that so many times, but I did anyway. Keiichi, isn't that why you chose your own path, to take back that life? Nobody ordered you to do this. You decided it on your own. You don't desire anyone's praise for this. You thought it all through yourself. You'll carve it out yourself. And you'll do it now. This wasn't a path I could see very far down, not like the road parents or society could offer. Oh, road. We're still on the road, yeah, metaphor. Yukishi's writing is just too peak. That Irie and Keiichi scene hit hard for me. I laughed a little bit at the noise he made, but the rest of the scene was pretty intense, yeah. I mean, that's a very human-like growling he let out, so I'm not surprised. I would probably not have a very super beautiful scream or howling at that moment, but it made me laugh regardless. Are we this powerless? We can't even scream from the bottom of our hearts. Yeah, that hit hard, that line. Ryukishi cooked. It was a narrow path, dark and utterly distressing, one for which the next step would always be shrouded in darkness. But that disheartening path would keep going on forever. It was an unlimited path, and there was nowhere I couldn't travel. The kind of path only available to those able to imagine where they wanted to go. Don't be ashamed of breaking from the brightly lit, paved road. In fact, feel proud that you found your very own path to walk. And I hadn't discarded the paved road either. Once I achieved my goal, I would go back to that bright road, and then I'd spend those average, sunny days at my leisure. Maybe through all of that flashback, we are now done with the hole? Maybe he got so lost in his own narrative that he was able to dig the hole. And then I remember that stream. I remember the scene where Keiichi asked Irie about the legal issues around adoption, and Irie said, well, I know even less than the average person. And then he proceeds to info dump on him. He didn't know that little. He undersold himself. Yeah, Ryukishi is a pretty good writer. I think we can all agree on that. When I next realized it, the hole had grown so deep I couldn't even believe it. Did I dig all this myself?
これだけ掘れば十分じゃないか。
I think digging this much is enough, right? I put my shovel into the bottom of the hole. I would drag the body there, throw it into the hole, and cover it up with dirt. You know, given it doesn't rain. Even if it took me time to camouflage it, putting the plants on top, it would all go much easier than digging this hole had. I glanced at my watch. It was almost evening, and I hadn't realized it. Yep, it takes a long time. It may not have felt the time passing on yet another trait. But digging a hole this deep must have taken quite a lot of time. Rikishi being a social worker makes so much sense to me. How he's able to gather so much empathy comes from a genuine place of kindness. Yeah, it is very nice to see that the writer has actual experience about what he is writing about. Makes it even more interesting to read. Aren't you a doctor? I mean, I don't think Irie himself would, be the person, even if he's a doctor, to look up child protection laws and stuff. It would be neat to know that, as, that is his position in this town. It would be kind of important to know about that stuff too, but, maybe he just wasn't interested in it before. Your brother, you're committing attempted murder, Keiichi. Being proactive is a good trait. I am kind of proud at him. He's doing what needs to be done, If I could do it with my own hands in Hinamizawa, I would drag that dude up here myself. The first thing he did for himself, not for praise, was murder. Well, I am proud of him. I took a seat on a slanted rock nearby and wiped the sweat from my brow. Now, once it got a little darker, I'd go get the metal bat I hid in the schoolyard. Then I'd make the call to lure him out. And then I'd do it. The number of things I needed to do to reach that moment were dwindling. I felt that moment closing in on me much more keenly than I did the passage of time. I didn't have any hesitation, but I still felt that a contradiction. At every step in this process, I had a few chances to hesitate, to turn back, to let myself lose my nerve. Having to endure those million temptations and wait for when the time was right was an incredibly slow and painful torture. I had thought myself acting all weak because of that, but I stopped midway through. This was okay. It was fine. I could detest the normal act of homicide as much as I wanted, and it didn't matter. I wasn't going to be a cutthroat killer after today. I would pass through this strange day and go back to the world I was in before. You're underestimating the toll murder can take on you. I don't like abuse being used in fictional narratives because of how cheap shock factor it comes off, but with Yukishi, there's legit layers of nuance with how difficult it affects everyone. I agree. Particularly, I would never root for another character to kill someone, but this uncle character, they wrote him in a way that, my goodness, I cannot stand that man. Over the past few chapters, I have built up so much hatred for that fictional character just by seeing a fictional little girl suffer under the hands of that guy. I am happy that Keiichi is taking steps to murder someone for the first time. If I fell to the level of a psychopath who thought nothing of killing, I wouldn't be able to go back to my old life. So this was fine with me. I didn't have to feel ashamed at hesitating to kill, because I was human. It was so funny to me that I'd be the bearer of Oyashiro-sama's curse at the same time I was aware I was human. I exhaled lightly and stood. I concealed my presence and sharpened my senses in all directions to search for anyone around but me. Okay, let's go. One step at a time. I would walk my own path. A path no one had forced me to walk.
行くぞ
Let's do this.
前原圭一
Keiichi Maebara. He's also speaking to himself a lot more in third person ever since we had that weird demon eye scene in the classroom, which is making me more and more concerned. Showing the abuse statistics. Oh, yeah. That tip was... No. I don't want to be reminded. That was an awful tip to read. Yep, it was very simple, but very effective at making me really root for this murder. The cicadas made an annoying fuss. Their chorus covered up the suspicious noise of me breaking twigs underfoot, and their chorus filled the path far ahead of me, letting me know I would be alone for some time. The cicadas blessed the path I walked, encouraging me with every last ounce of strength they had. The sky was far above. In not even an hour, the veil of night would draw near and the sky would be tinted with dusk. By that time, the Higurashi would let me hear their chorus in place of the cicadas. Is that a good thing, isn't it? I'm pretty sure the Higurashi are some nice little creatures, not calling curses and stuff, totally blessing us or something. When that happens, would everything be over with? Would everything have ended? I said something along those lines when I left Satoko's fate up to a public agency. But this time was different. I would do it. I would carry it out. I would end it. Oh! Yeah, he's going on his own. It would all be over very soon. Everything would end. Yes, when the Higurashi cried. Oh my goodness! Why does this feel like the last arc in the series? Oh my god, the fading of the images. What is going on? This ended on its own. I didn't even click. This feels like such a last chapter in the series moment. I wonder if this was supposed to be like a last question arc chapter. Maybe Ryukishi didn't plan on having 4, because this feels like he was trying to kind of prepare us for the end of the question arcs. The eerie implication, the creepy music once it reached the topic. That's the exact same thing I thought. Oh, that was probably the most disturbing tip in the whole series so far. And it was only purely informational. So, I don't know how he did it, but oh my goodness, the feeling that overcame me when I read that, not great. There was nobody at school. I couldn't hear the playful voices of children. This was the first time I'd seen the school with such a lack of human presence. Still, I quieted my breath and looked around, not wanting to be unprepared. It had gotten darker outside, but it was almost like my eyes could see more clearly now. I made absolutely sure of my safety, then walked to the heavy construction machine I'd hidden the metal bat behind. I had a tinge of worry, premonition, that someone had found the bat and hidden it somewhere else as a prank. If that happened, would I take that as an opportunity to desist? If it really wasn't there, then... The sensation of chilled metal. It was still here where I left it. It hadn't run away. Satoshi hadn't run away. Don't say it like that. The metal bat is not Satoshi. After this, it's technically Higurashi no Nakokoro ni Kai? I mean... No? They're titled very differently on Steam. Not a spoiler, but yes, this was apparently supposed to be the last question arc. Yeah, but the next one, the Himatsubushi, is also a question arc, right? And then we have 4 more, which are the answer arcs, and then we have Rei and Ho Plus, which I don't know what they are. I think they were just extra content. Next one wasn't originally planned. Right, okay, so this was intended to be the last one, but he decided to make one more. Okay, gotcha. He'd waited here patiently for me.
待たせたな、サトシ。
Sorry for the wait, Satoshi.
いよいよだが、覚悟はいいか？
It's been a long time coming. You prepared for this? Through the metallic touch, Satoshi grins at me in my mind. That's what I should be asking, you know? I did this last year already. You should be more worried about yourself.
上等だぜ、サトシ。
Right on, Satoshi.
目に物を見せてやろうぜ。
Let's show him a bad time. Is he suddenly becoming Sans now? What is happening? He's talking to an inanimate object. I don't know what's happening. He's going cray-cray. For real, for real. Satoshi's bat got lighter and lighter and fit into my hands like it was being absorbed. It didn't feel wrong to swing this. I could move it around so naturally, it was like an extension of my own right arm. Of course it felt like that. Satoshi and I were holding one bat together. Next, I would make the call to lure the man out. It wasn't a bad time for it. My friends were doubtlessly parading happily through the stalls. I hadn't considered where to make the call from. My house and Satoko's were pretty far apart. If I called from my house, I wouldn't make it. Couldn't I use the school phone? But as I thought, the room was locked up and I couldn't get in. In my mind, I was like, oh yeah, right, he has a cell phone, right? So, no, he does not. My bad. I was thinking in modern times. It's not so simple. The bat is cursed. Come full circle, he was the victim in Arc 1, and now he's the bad guy. Yep. They don't even have payphones. Oh, they do. They do have payphones. Keiichi actually used one of them in the first arc. I don't know if he has any around the school, though. But as I thought, the room was locked up and I couldn't get in. Shit. I'm so naive. You should have at least figured this part out. I couldn't call him. And just for that, was today all over? I'm sorry, Satoshi. And just as I cursed my own naivete, a miracle occurred. A bicycle came into the schoolyard. It was a familiar middle-aged man. The one from the Forest Service field office. Who is that? Huh? Why? Wasn't today Sunday? Was he here to pick up something he forgot? We don't know this guy. Keiichi even mentions that his dad doesn't have an AC in his car. Well, thank goodness we have Oishi. He tends to do this. He describes and gives life to typically inanimate things. From what I remember, he described almost thinking the chair or classroom in general, I forgot which, was going to eat him? I don't think I remember that scene, but it seems very like Keiichi. Anyway, the forest officer went around the back and felt around in his pocket, then unlocked the door and entered. The best possible coincidence, and it had to be Satoshi who saved me. Okay. The metal bat, through just my contact with it, told me this was a chance I couldn't allow to slip by. The sections for the forest office and the school were neatly separated. I felt the man head into the forest office's storehouse, which was so far in the back oh my god, I can't read this. Which was so far in the back, students weren't allowed into it. The door didn't match its fitting well, so it didn't close all the way, and the gap in the door opened slowly as if to lure me in. I know animism comes up in Shinto a fair bit, so it's not totally weird, but still, you know, it's Keiichi. I took a deep breath and went in. I tiptoed along, silently and stealthily, and made it into the teacher's lounge. That was the only place with a phone. As I held my breath in the teacher's lounge, I heard the Forest Service officer walking back over. Then the back door clattered shut and was locked. I glanced out the window at the schoolyard and watched as the man got on his bike like nothing had happened and rode out the school gate. How are you gonna leave the school? Is he gonna climb out a window and leave it open? Or what is he gonna do? Because now we're locked inside, by the way. He's just dramatic like that. He ought to be a fictional writer with his crazy inner narratives. Yup. He should become an author. What was that man doing there anyway? I'm guessing that they have some kind of ties with the school. They do some work around the school or something like that and probably got something. Maybe he really did forget something. Not sure. The school again, emptied, became deathly silent. I waited for a bit to make sure the silence was the real deal, then reached for the telephone on the principal's desk. I fished Satoko's house phone number out of my pocket. Yes, the number in the class directory for Satoko had been the one from their house now, where she lived with her uncle. I touched the dial with my fingers and then thought for a moment about what to say, exactly when he picked up. You could probably unlock the doors from the inside and just leave them unlocked. The dude would just get blamed for forgetting to lock up. You can? I don't know what kind of doors they use here in the school, but you would not be able to do that here. Like, I went to a very old school. Not as cool as, how old was it? Actually, now I'm kind of curious how old my previous school was. Give me one sec. Because it's very old. Yeah, 1861. And it had doors that you could not, for the life of you, open from the inside. They still had all the old doors, too. But yeah, that's German doors. I don't know what doors they are using here in this Japanese school. Oh, that too. It's a... Yeah, you're right. It is a repurposed hunting lodge. They probably still have some other tools stashed there too. I mean, they have all sorts of connecting buildings, storage buildings, so I wouldn't be surprised if you just got some stuff from there too. Also, hello, Blood. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. It's literally a real place. Yeah, it's not called Hinamizawa. Looks like a fun place to visit as a Higurashi fan. Oh, yo, that would be so cool, but also really scary. I feel like I'd be really scared too, to go around and recognizing buildings and everything. Despite how many times I'd gone over it in my head last night, now that I had my fingers on the dial like this, it started to seep out of my mind like a cracked bucket leaking water. Simple would be best. More importantly, to say it straight and not sound suspicious. I counted off 3 heartbeats and spun the dial. The call sound. Would Satoko's uncle pick up? Now, of all times, the hope that he wouldn't pick up, and a feeling of doom and the knowledge that I couldn't save Satoko if he didn't, rolled around in a vortex. Hello. It was the voice of a grumpy man, like he had just woken up. I need to get into character. I cannot voice him like I voice every other character. He picked up. It'd be nice, but it feels weird to turn someone's home, a tiny village, into a tourist spectacle just because of the game. I mean, it goes without saying that you need to be respectful about it. And playing 13 Sentinels, I have to mention that another old school is Sakura High from that game. Every single character goes, man, this was built during the war. Yeah, there's many instances where they comment on, oh yeah, this building wasn't built yet. Or yeah, this is still the old part of the school. So many people visiting, and it looks really cool. There's a lot of Higurashi merch there. Oh, that's kind of nice. That they, you know, seem to be, or some people seem to be into it at least, and seem to make some profit off of it. That's kind of nice. But yeah, I talked before how I do want to visit the Japanese countryside since I'm not too interested in big cities like that, except for, you know, spending money. So visiting a place that has actual significance to me in some way would be nice. And if they have merch there, even better. Hello. Say your name so I know you're Hojo, you asshole. It would be terrible if I got it wrong. I made up my mind. I had all the initiative on my side. Here we go.
こちらは下根市沖宮警察です。
This is the Shishibono Okinomiya police station.
北条さんのお宅ですか?
Am I speaking to the Hojo residents? I was changing my voice, but did you really think I sounded like an adult? You sounded the exact same as always, buddy. Would you believe I was the police?
Hi.
Oh, yes. I cannot speak like an old man.
北条ですけど。
The way he changed his tone completely from like a drunken, hello, who is this, to, yes, this is Hojo.
今お宅のお嬢さんの北条聡子さんをこちらで保護しています。
We currently have your daughter, Satoko Hojo, here with us. Oh my god, I didn't even think about how wrong this could go if he doesn't manage to kill him. This would be so bad for Satoko. I'm not used to the idea of anime fans being particularly respectful. Yeah, of course, you know, people get a little overexcited and forget their manners, but I would hope that people going to visit have some form of brain cell formed inside of their brain and would at least think before they act. But, you know, there's lots of reports of people not doing that in Japan, so we can only hope. But yeah, it seems that if they have merch there that they, you know, seem to accept it and have had good experiences, at least. We currently have your daughter, Satoko Hojo, here with us.
Eh?
What?
サトコが
Satoko?
あいつ何かやらかしおりましたか
What did that brat do? He fell for it. I could tell by how tense he was that he didn't doubt my words.
詳しい事情はこちらにいらしてからご説明します。
I can explain the particulars once you have arrived
すぐ
here.
にこちらへ来ていただくことはできますか?
Would you mind coming to the station right away?
今ですか
Right now?
風呂に入っちゃったからあんまし表に出たかないんですがね
I already took a bath myself, so I don't really want to go out like this, though. What? You don't want to come because you already took a bath? Fair. I would never say it like that, but I can at least understand the sentiment. If I take a shower, I do not want to go outside. I say this as someone who usually showers at night. Nothing bad ever happens in Higurashi. Never. This is all gonna turn out well.
はい、今すぐです。
Yes, right away.
すぐ。
Right away.
たく。貞子のやつ、何をしちゃったんですか？
Jeez, man. What the heck did Satoko do?
詳しい話はこちらでいたします。
I'll explain once you're here.
では、お待ちしていますので、よろしくお願いします。
I will be waiting. Thank you for your assistance.
Ah.
Keiichi didn't consider something. This guy is an ass. True. He does not care about her. He would leave her there all night or not pick her up at all.
あ
Ah,
ちょっと。
one second.
俺、警察署がどこかわかんないんだけど。
I don't know where the police station is.
どこよ、場所。
Where am I going?
The-
You moron. What the hell? The Okinomiya police station? I don't know where it is either. Aren't you from around here? Why don't you know that? Oh no! I mean, you can just tell him to go up in the, to the force. That won't be suspicious at all. A greasy sweat came over my body. Eventually, just as I was about to choke, he spoke.
消防署の隣でしたっけ？
Oh, next to the fire station, right?
遠いな。
That's pretty far. Thank goodness he remembered on his own for me. I didn't care where the police station was, so long as he left his house to get there.
では、お待ちしていますので。
But didn't Keiichi say that there is no one going up to where he dug the hole? Why would he be taking that way to go there? None of this makes sense to me right now. This is so hard to listen to. I didn't think that he made this. I mean, we saw how he made up this plan and it wasn't very well thought over, but still, I expected more. It's over, he knows. Actual location doesn't really matter as long as you lead him out, but yeah, what I'm worried about is that he said that no one, not even her uncle or Satoko, would be going out there, so why would they take it that way? I guess the idea is to just get Teppei outside on the road so Keiichi can ambush him in the middle of the street? I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess everyone would be at the festival, or almost everyone, but that's very risky. Not like he cares, though. Another checkmate by Wunderkind, Keiichi Maibara. Good old Keiichi never ceases to amaze us. Then we will be waiting here. Oh my god, what else?
あ、
Wait.
俺、警察行ったら誰んとこ訪ねればいいんよ。
Who am I asking for once I get there?
あんた名前は？
What is your name? Oishi. On top of that, he wanted to know my name? Just leave your goddamn house already.
前橋と申します。
Oh my god, I was like, no, don't say your name. Maebashi.
では、失礼します。
Excuse me. That was close. I almost thoughtlessly told him my real name. I managed to change the last syllable of it, but I put the receiver down like I was running away. Oh, even that made me nervous, man. Can you not do that to me, Keiichi? Had enough encounters with local cops to know when something's up. I kind of feel like he knows what's up. Lure Teppei out. Hope no one sees it. That is literally his plan. And then hope that he can somehow beat a guy that is like twice his size, assuming. Oishi Kurao though, that would be peak. I would have loved it. I don't know if he knows his first name though. He would have only had to say Oishi, but Oishi has been trying to get in contact with this family, so I would assume that he wouldn't recognize Keiichi's voice as Oishi's, so it wouldn't have worked, but yeah. The cops will figure this out in a hot freaking minute. We'll see. Maybe by some... I mean, we can pretty much guess that he's just gonna poof into thin air. I mean, Keiichi, so... You know, even if they do manage to find the body, they won't find Keiichi, probably. The uncle lives. He giving that name to Oishi would be the end of Keiichi. Yeah, uncle might already know Oishi. Yep, exactly. But it would have been funny. Remember realizing this arc was the most butchered from the anime? I don't remember this in the anime at all. My fingers were trembling, and I was soaked with a tepid sweat. I wasn't just nervous about the phone call. With that call, everything had finally been put into motion. I left the school. It was locked before, but it was easy enough to open from the inside. But I couldn't lock it again after I left. Okay, so it does open from the inside. Crazy. Crazy doors. In terms of being thorough, I wanted to lock it, but I couldn't waste time going back to the teacher's lounge and looking for the key. I needed to rush back as fast as I could and ambush him. Yep, time to go. I zoomed back to the scene on my bike. If Satoko's uncle got out of town before I got there, everything would be over. He'd learned there was no one at the station named Maebashi, and things would get pretty messed up. As I returned at full speed, I passed a family wearing yukatas. They must have been on their way to the festival. Many people in Hinamizawa knew my face, so I didn't know theirs. Even though just passing by them like this made me uneasy. I mean, the goal here is to not let the body be found, so why would they be suspicious of you if you, first of all, haven't done anything yet? Second of all, he's not dead. Yet. No one is looking for him, and that is also the goal, that it won't be anyone looking for him. There's no Maebashi at the station, but Satoko's got a friend named Maebara. I'm pretty sure Oishi also knows our name, so... I know for a fact that Higurashi likes JRPGs, so I wouldn't be surprised if Kuraldo is a reference to Cloud. Oh my goodness! From Final Fantasy VII? You could be right? Though, I wouldn't associate Cloud with Oishi, but I mean, sure. Maybe just got inspired by the name. And we didn't have the classroom argument. Keiichi spending the night thinking how he could keep Satoko in his room. The 1500 second snapping moment. Lots of important emotionally driven scenes now in the anime. Yeah, those were all pretty crucial moments in this arc, so I can't even imagine what it would look like without all of those scenes. So hello Kato, thank you for the squats, I guess. Hope you're doing good. Okay, let me do 10 squats real fast. Oh my god, a foreign object at my feet. What is this? Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I feel like I'm not huffing and puffing after squats anymore. That's probably good. Someone needs to write a fanfic where everything's the same, only Oishi is replaced with Cloud. Please. I'm sure something like that exists. Just have to dig deep enough. Yeah, of course, they had to cut some stuff. So I'm not surprised that they had to cut so much and change so many things to make it fit into the medium. I still like the anime, I think. It's been so long. I really am looking forward to rewatching it once we finish the visual novel. I'll be planning the watch along for it, but yeah, I'm kind of curious to see the scenes after playing through this arc, especially. Add more squads, got it? No. No, no, no. I like being comfortable at 10. This made Keiichi deciding to kill Teppei come out of nowhere. No gradual build-up of Keiichi on edge, desperate for a solution until murder becomes the solution he comes to. I feel like the whole anime can be summed up as way more brutal, way more gruesome, and way less explanation for everything. Which makes sense, of course, but I can see why you would not like it. Compared to this, I just think they succeed at different things. He got hit by the curse, which is fine. I agree. I like both, at least the things that I remember from the anime. I liked it for different reasons, though. But the anime butchered a lot of the story. Well, that comes with the medium. You have to pack everything in a very tight format. We should be glad that it at least got 24 episodes and multiple seasons. I like that, you know, it wasn't cut short, like especially if I compare it to, we played Corpse Party on stream, right? And then we went to the anime, and my goodness, the anime, the story was so how to explain it? I mean, it only has 4 episodes, right? It's always considered an OVA too. So it felt a little difficult trying to grasp the story with only 4 episodes, but it succeeded in other things, giving you very gruesome visuals, which if you're a fan of that is good. It just adds to me. For me, the anime for Higurashi and Corpse Party and every other series that I've seen have a game and then an anime on top, it just adds on top of it, I feel. But we also have another ad break coming up in about 3 minutes. So let's take a little break before we get to the peak of this arc, I feel. So let me look for the Be Right Back chibi. Yes, yes, yes. Which was also made by Shio, by the way. Designing the pacing is also a challenge. Exactly. Some things don't fit into my tiny brain. For example, for certain iconic Higurashi scene, they don't even play the iconic Higurashi theme or make it as impactful. I guess I can't really comment on it too much because I very barely remember anything that happened. I know there were some scenes that were in the anime but weren't in the visual novel. Like that one specific... I won't talk about it because it might happen this chapter. I'm not sure. It might happen in the other answer arcs. So I won't say it actually because it might spoil some people. But yes, if you need to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink or get a snack, feel free to do that right now. And I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. I still had, oh my god. As I was about to speak about it, Rabbit and Steel, the Steam page open on Steam, and the music played as soon as I tabbed into Steam, and I was like, oh, now now I really want to play Rabbit and Steel. I highly recommend getting Rabbit and Steel, it's really good. Anyway, moving on. Higurashi. Rabbit and Steel. We need to keep going. We need to finish more bosses. Oh, whoops. But I didn't generally come around here, so those living in the area might not have known much about me. That didn't matter right now. I needed to get back as fast as possible to control my breathing, and to ambush the man. I hid my bike in a thicket and picked up Satoshi's bat, which I'd just left hidden in the shade. And then I held my breath, waiting to see someone. I wondered if he still hadn't gotten here. Or maybe he went out after the phone call and passed by here already? I couldn't figure out which it was and was set upon by an indescribable impatience. I think... gathering from the little that we know about her uncle, he probably hasn't left the house. He's probably not in a rush to get Satoko out of the police station. I've been meaning to grab it, I just keep forgetting, plus my social anxiety is like, no, multiplayer is scary. You can play it on your own, totally. You can only experience the story the game has on your own anyway, so you can go into it on your own. Of course, the difficulty scales depending on whether you play on your own or with up to 3 other people. So, yep, you can totally play it by your own. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Even if he came here already, he'd pass by here on the way back, right? The end result would be the same. It wouldn't change the fact that he'd die. He'd probably been coming on his motorcycle. How could I stop him then? I figured it would be best not to think too hard and just hit him as he passed or beat him out of his seat. The path was made of pebbles. This looks extremely uncomfortable to navigate on a motorcycle, but okay. The path was made of pebbles. If I hit him as hard as I could and made him lose his balance, he wouldn't be able to help falling. And then the chorus of the Higurashi stopped. The sound of a bike approached from far away. I couldn't tell what sort of motorcycle it was from its sound, but I'd seen it parked before, so I'd know. Whew! It was getting rapidly closer. Yeah, you're just going to hit a moving target on a bike, especially a motorcycle. Those are pretty fast, though I would guess here you're not going as fast because you would probably kill yourself falling off the mountain, but sure. It was getting rapidly closer. It was almost here. If he just went a little farther, he'd cross into that thicket and appear in front of me. I'd take a moment to make sure it was him. Then I'd put my plan into action. The motorcycle appeared. Whew. Buddy, you need to gather all of your courage. Swing that bat as hard as you can, man. A few easily identifiable characteristics told me it was Satoko's uncle's bike without a doubt. Was it really him? Was it really Satoko's uncle? I wasn't making a mistake, was I? I mean, you can knock him out just to be sure. And if it's not him, you just stop hitting. I looked at its characteristics again. Its color, shape, and most of all, the man's clothes and face. Those last feelings of hesitation, I did away with them. Satoko, now your Nini will end it, okay? Oh boy! Oh boy! The better idea is to jump out in front of the bike and spook him so he stops, skates out, and then attack. You think he would stop for him? I'm not sure. dude is probably drunk on his way to the police station too, so I wouldn't even be sure he would stop. He's a pretty huge guy. You'd need to be really strong to knock him out with a baseball bat. I mean, it's a metal bat. That helps a bit, but also that makes it heavier, and he said he's not very athletic, so I'm a little worried. He'll resolve to do this in real time is a massive feat, not gonna lie. I am impressed that he's even trying this, so we'll see. Whew. Closer, closer. The bike came closer. Let's go. Satoshi. Oh my goodness! Huh? Oh, that scent shivers down my spine. Oh my goodness. I didn't think we'd hear Satoshi speak right now. Okay. Yeah. Whoosh. I jumped out of the thicket. I used my shoulder to basically tackle the uncle on the bike with all my might. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Suddenly I'm feeling anxious. I don't know if I want him to do this anymore. He gave a dumb shout as his bike completely lost its balance. Finally, it fell, the bike scattering clouds of sand, and after spinning, it stopped. Her uncle, tossed to the ground, didn't understand what had just happened and groaned for a few moments, crouched on the ground. Oh my god. Ha ha ha? Or is that breathing? Huh? My breathing started to become ragged. No, I couldn't have this emotion. Some weird secretion crossed through my brain and nearly made me hallucinate. I like that Toonie is still fishing, even though she is also playing web fishing, as I can see from the Discord. You're crazy. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh yeah, taking like an evasive action? Probably, yeah. The fish has spoke truths. Mm-hmm. You're the murderer this time? Hello, Kay. Welcome in. How are you? Yeah. I mean, we were also the murderer, kind of, in the first chapter, kind of. Somewhat. No, I couldn't have this emotion. Some weird secretion crossed through my brain and nearly made me hallucinate. Her uncle was groaning. Now was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What was I doing? All the sounds in the world cut off. Oh, not the bell chimes. Oh my goodness, this is getting creepier by the minute. My mental chaos from a moment ago withdrew like a lie, and I could feel the temperature in my head rapidly cooling down. The tension in my muscles all went away like the strings they'd been attached to had been cut, and I let my hands dangle at my sides. It wasn't quite like exhaustion. Have you calmed down now? Keiichi Maebara? Do you need to remember again why things got to this point today? Scrape. Scrape. I stepped over the pebbled path, taking one step, another step, then another toward Satoko's uncle. The more I walked, the more my breathing calmed. The more I walked, the more I felt my body cooling, calming, chilling with frost. Yes, at this moment, this guy had lost permission to live. I had just rescinded it. So he mustn't stay in this world any longer. If he lived any longer, if Satoko's misfortune continued, it would be my responsibility for having allowed him to live. Well, good morning, Kay. Very fun. Very wholesome. I could feel the cooling substance going through my whole body, even down to my capillaries. Her uncle was at my feet now, still on the ground like an idiot. I mean, you knocked him off. Is that not what you wanted? Why? I like that he's trash-talking the guy he just knocked off of his bike. Pretty sure he already lost the 1500 seconds. I mean, I can't do math in my brain right now. How much is 1500 seconds anyway? 25 minutes. You think he already passed that? Oh, thank you. Yeah. I mean, depends on where he starts counting, you know? I smiled coldly at how ridiculous he looked.
いて
Oh my god, I almost feel bad for her uncle, but also, oh my god, I don't know. I feel very conflicted. But it was a lot less. Yeah, it does. It's quite a lot time. A lot of time. In seconds, it feels much shorter. It does. I only know because I looked it up when people started saying it. Why? Thank you. What a great mod. That's all it took for it to hurt. Satoko's heart hurt much more. And now you're gonna feel that. And with your life, I'll make up for her pain. Ooh, we're really gonna go through with this? They're gonna make us suffer through this? I know I was all for this, but now I kind of feel bad. Like, no one obviously deserves to get knocked off of their bike and get beat up with a metal bat, of course. But somehow earlier it seemed reasonable, now not so much. Ooh, I don't know. It's surreal. It's surreal now. You could have potentially died just from being knocked off a bike without wearing a helmet or any protectional gear. I mean, to be fair, if he's driving around here, it could also be, I don't know if in English you would call like a 25 km/h, is that how you say it in English? Bike, if you would also call that a motorcycle, or if you would call that a scooter? Maybe he didn't go that fast? I meant the mental image of Keiichi knocking Teppei out is a bit funny. A little bit, but not what's about to come now. That isn't so funny. I erased all unnecessary information from my mind. I prioritized the murder of this man. Execute, execute, execute. Oh no. No, not this music! Not this music! To the beating of this guy! No! Karyukishi, why? No, not this music! Don't ruin this OST for me! It's funny how when you're faced with the fact that a monster is technically a human makes us all more hesitant. Yeah! I would have totally understood if he backed away now, but he's going through with it. Well, the viewer or the reader is like, holy shit! Wham! Utterly calmly, I delivered my first strike to the back of his head. That is probably already enough. I wanted to get at the most effective spot, at least during that first moment. I'd have to attack him while he was at his most defenseless. Oh my god, he's still awake! And if he was hit in the head, he'd cover his head. It was a defensive reactions all humans made, like machines. He used both hands to cover his head so he couldn't pick himself up off the heap he was in on the ground. Oh my goodness. Like pounding a caterpillar into the dirt, I hit him over and over. If he covered his head, I'd hit him in the side. Oh my god, Keiichi! If he covered his body, I'd go for his head. If he rolled over, I'd strike his feet. I'm surprised he's lasting this long. His knees, his elbows. I didn't care where anymore. By just delivering one blow after another, I induced panic in him. I retained my overwhelming advantage, but I hadn't done nearly enough to deliver a fatal wound. Oh man. Oh my god, what am I reading? Yeah, crap. What is happening? I was so excited for this, but now I don't like it. Oh no. Her uncle skillfully pulled himself up off the ground and started to run like a fleeing rabbit. It wasn't a judgment he'd made after seeing my face and deciding whether to fight me. Right now, he was fleeing by instinct, just trying to escape from the threat that had presented itself. A counterattack from the more physically capable uncle was what I was most concerned about. He may have run, but it wasn't all that unlucky, and the odds were in my favor. The uncle didn't run away towards people, but off the path into the woods. Oh my god! Why would you do that? I mean, he's an idiot, yeah, but that much? It takes a lot more to kill a person than you'd think. If you can't get a decisive blow, they can take a lot. I just figured since it was a metal bat and the sounds were pretty loud, that he would not be conscious anymore. But I don't know, I've never been beat up with a metal bat. I wonder where they are. Could Satoko's traps be here? I'm not sure if it's the same forest mountain. I don't have time to think. When getting hit with a bat? True. Fair enough. How pleasant that he would run in a direction where nobody else was. He was fleeing into strange geography, like a rat that instinctively runs into tight spots over and over. Yes, he was no longer human. He was a rat. The blood vessels in my legs expanded and my total oxygen supply increased. Okay. Machine Keiichi. I lowered myself to gain the most explosive velocity I could. Without breathing, I became a wind-like shadow and dashed. Is he gonna Naruto run? Why can I see that happening? He isn't strong. He didn't break any bones. Didn't hit him on the head. So the worst this guy has at the moment is bruising. I mean, not being physically strong, I get it. Like, I'm not physically strong either, but like, come on. I would have expected him to at least do some damage to his body. Bruising doesn't count as what I had expected him to do. But I guess I've never beat up anyone with a metal bat. I would have to try it out to see how far I could get. I crossed thickets and crushed dead tree branches underfoot and dove through the woods like a bullet. He ran so cowardly, arms flailing as he went. After catching up to him, I didn't need so much as a blink of an eye to strike him again. My senses, my mind and body were all sharpened purely to kill this man. This was the first time I'd felt like this. Well, this was the first experience I'd ever had killing someone. It felt natural continuing to do this for the first time. And that meant I had this much talent for killing. I mean, you're chasing someone right now? That's not necessarily killing. You could still knock him out, I think. I would have thought so, especially the first hit to the back of the head. But I think the sound made it sound much harder than he might have hit, actually. You will be after a few more redeems in the legs? Hell yeah! It's harder to kill a person than you'd think. It doesn't seem like he thinks that way. Or perhaps the act of killing was so simple that anyone could do it. I didn't struggle or grow tired at all chasing the clumsily fleeing uncle. No matter how much he ran, it was like trying to get away from his own shadow. He couldn't get away from me. I could easily aim at his back, his shoulder, and his head even from this unnatural stance. Each time I struck him, he wailed in pain and begged pitifully for forgiveness. But it didn't disturb my mind. I was neither excited nor plagued by hesitation like before. I felt sharp. I felt like a carnivore. Of course, so did the uncle, who was trying to run away because he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be eaten like a herbivore running with all its might, trying to get away. Despite all the attacks, despite all the hits, he kept on fleeing without even staggering. And despite the bad footing in the forest, he impressively never tripped over anything. But there was no need to admire that fact. It was simply proof that he was no more than an animal. If he was chased, he would run. If he was going to be killed, he would run. He bared his fangs at the weak, but couldn't oppose the strong whatsoever. Ooh. I'm scared to keep reading. This isn't even the worst part of this. He's a known idiot sometimes. It's part of his job description. In TV games, one blow to the head always knocks people out, but if that's all it took, we die whenever we bump our heads. I mean, I pretty much die every time I bump my head. The sound between each line. It's giving that nice ASMR crunch sound, you know? Don't know what this is gonna accomplish for Satoko except for the uncle being gone. I think he wants her to go back to living with Rika. I'm not sure it's gonna be that easy though. Teppei has probably been in a few scuffies. True as well, and he also, from how he described him, he has a little bit more body mass. So uncle, bones are not gonna be broken that easily. He was lowly, vulgar, a diminutive animal. Such a puny little creature had harmed Satoko. Scar after scar to her body and mind, deep wounds that might not ever go away as long as she lived. Oh, I don't want to hear him scream. No matter how much I hate this guy, I don't want to hear him suffer. Oh. Oh my god, that voice breaking? Holy shit! Okay. I tip my hat, that was crazy good. Well, she'd go to an orphanage and would have to wait there to get adopted, pretty much. Holy crap, that VA! Oof. That was amazing. My cold and calm emotions suddenly turned into bestial ones. My personality changed into something specialized for murder, purely to devour the diminutive animal before me. The uncle gave a puny little shriek, covered his head, and ran. I'm impressed by how much you can run. Fine, run as much as you like. I will be your death. I will choose the moment at my leisure. Your legs will hurt, your lungs will feel about to burst, your head will hurt from lack of oxygen. If you feel the pain has become worse than death, then by all means, stop any time. Without turning back, suffocating on his terror of the approaching death, he just ran shamefully onward. Oh. Oh, we draw blood for the first time. I don't know. Oh my god. Hope they gave Hoshi-san, Keiichi's VA, some tea after that. He deserves it. My goodness. That was amazing. Totoko at this point is already so mentally scar returning to before it wasn't a possibility anyways. She needs help regardless of if this guy lives or dies. She needs professional help. He ran, but was chased, his hat bashed with the metal bat, sweat and drool flying everywhere, blood clinging to him. From his mouth came the sounds of coarse, irregular breathing and high-pitched screaming that verged on crying. And pleas for forgiveness to someone, I didn't know who. Each and every second was a second of atonement that I granted him. Now run! And fall and moan and die. Where did you even crawl out of anyway? You were never here before. If you were never here, you never should have showed up. If you never showed up, our lives would still be fun and enjoyable. We would have gone to today's festival, waited for each other, and gone to the shrine laughing. We would have been playing amongst the stalls right about now. We'd be browsing the strange food stalls you only saw at festivals, trying to get prizes from goldfish scooping, ring throwing, or target practice. Mion would surely make it into a competition, and we, as a club, would have had a grand time. And everyone would have been cheering for Rika-chan's dedication dance. And everyone would say how fun it was, and it would give us energy for days to come. Fun, enjoyable, and funny, warm times spent with friends. And that would have happened, but it didn't. And now it was all smashed to pieces. Ooh. There was no doubt that would be what the world was like if you never showed up. I mean... no. You were the obstacle, the mistake. Oh, I never know how to say that word. The heresy in that world. But I would correct that mistake now. I would erase you and make it so this last week never happened. Tonight was the Watanagashi festival. The holy night where taking just one life was permitted in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Oh, that's an interesting way to put it. I definitely have it in other chapters. Nothing bad happened, even if he didn't show up, right? It looked like the Higurashi stopped crying at some point. And the Higurashi cried. Everything would end. Oh, this would have been so cool as the last question arc, man. All of these lines would hit so much harder. But we know there's one more. And the Higurashi silenced. Lowly one. The hour of atonement is at an end. I like how he's speaking like he is some form of god. Like he really is being possessed by Oyashiro-sama at this point. I wonder what this would be like in Japanese. What they would be saying right now. He surely wouldn't want to know about a spooky storage space. He would not be curious at all. The Higurashi have stopped their crying, thus it is the end. The end, the end, the end, end! You don't have to run away anymore. Die with those dirty brains of yours smashed everywhere. Go! Oh my... What the hell was that sound? Is he a wooden crate or something? He's become the Higurashi no Nakokoro ni. Just like Oishi. They're all becoming the Higurashi no Nakokoro ni. Lightning and thunder struck like an explosion. It was so loud it shook the ground, and I smelled gunpowder. The response I got this time was clearly different from the one before. The metal bat crunched into the crown of his head. It was like the top of his head had caved in. The bat felt like it was biting him. Oh, you don't have to describe it to us in detail. It had been the final, killing attack that visited him. When I didn't overlook the opening he left as his knees gave out under him. I remained alert for a few moments, then thud, thud. He planted both knees in the ground and then fell forward, burying his head in the ground. Oh my god, what did we just do? I don't think I needed this description, neither did I, man. I don't want to know how horrible this was. I don't need it. Yep. That hole is not looking too great right now. What did we do? I've been holding back my ragged breathing, but now it all came out of me like a dam bursting. My head was dizzy and light, and unable to maintain my balance, I leaned against a nearby tree. The uncle didn't try and guard his head any longer. After a disgusting sort of spasm. Stop moving! Stop! Did I get him? Did I get him for sure? I fought back my exhausted urge to fall over where I stood and drew towards him carefully, bat still at the ready. It was possible he was faking it and trying to wait it out. Should I check for a pulse? I realized right away, though, how unnecessary that would be. If I thought he might be faking it, then I would just have to keep pummeling him until I was satisfied. I fought back my ragged breathing again, and then I swung my bat far above and brought it down. You know, checking the pulse would be so much easier. He's gonna throw up. Thinking about it, did he throw up after killing Rena and Mion in the first arc? I don't think he did. His body leaped like a bow, but he didn't try and cover his head. And once again, I aimed for his head and swung. His reaction was the same this time. Stop! Why would you describe it like this? After spending a few moments making his head into mochi, the hits gradually started to feel different, and it started to spray a filthy dark red liquid everywhere. Oh, that was enough. It was definitive now. I had absolutely killed him. There was no sense of accomplishment, nor one of regret. I didn't feel anger towards Satoko's uncle, nor pity towards Satoko herself. Instead, right now, I was feeling like my heart had been stolen by the downpour. It had begun to rain at some point, and how comfortable it felt. The rainwater drenched my body and dripped down to the ground. The excitement within me faded as the rain washed away the grime. In exchange, my shoes were so wet they made splashing sounds. And despite abusing Satoshi's bat like that, it wasn't bent very much. There were a few dents in it, probably from hitting the man, but nothing that would make it seem different from before. Instead, it had been stained with black, with red, with mud and blood. But that itself would be evidence. The one piece of evidence needed to prove that my delusions hadn't just been daydreams, and that I'd ended Satoko's uncle for all eternity. Alright, Keiichi, calm your mind. The time for passion is over. Now's the time to be cold as ice. Like passion as an emotion? Appreciate the wasn't bent very much. Thankfully the bat is fine, guys. I needed to bury the body, but where was I? I simply followed the man as far as he ran into the darkness. It's also dark right now. We have no idea where we are, I would argue. Oh, he described it as passion? I was thinking maybe like passion for Satoko or justice for Satoko. Not sure though. I couldn't take a guess as to how far we'd run. It was already pitch black around us, and the only light I had to go on was the very faint lights on the road a little further down. Full of passion? I mean, technically it is a kill of passion. So, it makes sense. It was, you know, just a little weird to hear it the way he said it, basically. This is the part where he somehow disappears. But we still have some chapters to go, I think. Unless this is really the last one. It was already pitch black around us, and the only light I had to go on was the very faint lights on the road a little further down. It was so dark out. I hadn't noticed the darkness until just now. The vision was so good, I could see the man's ugly hairline. I could have counted the pores in his head. It was only now that I realized how much crazy strength I had mustered at that moment. I went over to the streetlight. I looked up and down the road, desperately trying to figure out where I was. This is... Oh no. This was the one road connecting Hinamizawa to the town. Oh, great. We were unbelievably far away from Satoko's house, so we're not gonna use the hole. Had the two of us really run so far a distance? I mean, maybe the 1500 seconds now truly makes sense. That could have been 25 minutes of just straight running and beating him up. My surprise at that was accompanied by knowledge of the miraculous fact that despite running so far and making so much noise, we hadn't come across anybody at all. They almost made it to the main street. Had he been a little slower, Teppei would have absolutely made it out onto the street. There was a long way between here and the ambush location where I dug the hole. There was no way I could carry the body that far. Wait, aside from that, the bike the man took here was still lying in the middle of that path. That would be an issue. The police could tell whose motorcycle it was by looking at its license plate. They wouldn't just leave it at that. Thankfully, the corpse was in a dark forest. In terms of urgency, dealing with the bike would come first. And I wanted to get the shovel back from where I'd left it next to the hole. I shouldn't drag the body there. I would have to deal with it right here. Fortunately, the ground was like mud from the downpour and was more sludgy here than where I was before. I mean, in terms of digging a hole and burying him in that hole, that would have been bad with this downpour. But in this situation, you could a little easier drag his body. Maybe? I didn't think this through at all. Well, he didn't consider having to chase him down the whole forest. I might be able to dig a grave quickly here. That's not what I expected. Of course, my bicycle was still over where I'd left it too. It still wasn't over. Homicide had only been half of my goal. The other half would just be as important as the first. I would completely hide the body, not allowing a beginning to happen. I would erase the man like he'd never existed, and regain the peaceful times we had before. I don't survive contact with any problems. Any unforeseen circumstances are his worst nightmare. Really thought he was going to one punch man this dude and one hit KO. I mean, you know, gotta have some hopes and dreams. I bent my head backwards and calmed my mind even further. The big water droplets struck my brow mercilessly. They were actually quite comfortable, and for a while I let my desire have its way. After confirming that I was sharp again, I started running through the rain. The motorcycle was on the grass at the roadside. Considering how it looked, pelted with rain and covered in mud, it actually seemed like it had been lying there for a long time. The plan was to drop the motorcycle into the swamp. The swamp was a bit of a walk from here. I mean, you could always drive it there. That would be very suspicious, but I mean, are we really worried about that now? I lifted the bike up. I didn't think it would be so heavy. My goodness, Keiichi, did you think this through? Of course, motorcycles are heavy. What? I was a little surprised. It's a whole workout just riding this thing. But once I had it upright, it was fairly easy to roll it along. Still, pushing this thing all the way to the swamp was really not something I wanted to do. I actually had a scooter not too long ago. I had it for quite a long time, for 7 years. And even though it wasn't a full-blown motorcycle, that was so heavy. So lucky for rain to get rid of the tracks. Surprisingly helpful. Just throw the body in the swamp? I mean, that's what he considered too, but I think he said something about the body possibly, you know, floating on top of the water, which, yeah, you could say it's an accident, but smashing your head that badly, you also hit him in all other places. I guess they could differentiate that from a motorcycle accident. But also getting the body all the way to the swamp, I don't know if you can get there through the forest. We'll see what path he takes to get the motorcycle there. Actually, he might not do it anyway. Still, pushing this thing all the way to the swamp was really not something I still wanted to do. I could no longer ignore my exhaustion, and it warned me numerous times of how far away the swamp was. This motorcycle, I wonder if I could ride it well enough. Once I got it going, it would basically be the same as a bicycle. No. you have to keep this thing upright the entire time with your whole body strength, and considering you just ran for like, what, half an hour? I don't think you have that body strength. Once I got on it, once I got it going, it would basically be the same as a bicycle. Wouldn't it get me to the swamp quickly? The plan suggested by my exhaustion. The anxiety at getting on a motorcycle for the first time withdrew. I turned the key, and then you just kick this pedal, right? Yeah. Yeah! Vroom! It's on! And then I gripped the handlebars. First the right, then the left. Mm-hmm. This is why you have to go through training to actually be able to drive this thing. I was just thinking that at this point it's more important to avoid being found rather than hiding the body. Yeah, but I don't know where the swamp is. It might be pretty far away. But yeah, the longer he's out here, the higher the risk. Though I doubt anyone is going to go into the forest with this rain, but still, he needs to get this done fast because it is dark. His bruises all over, heart fall, and a hit to the head are very different. They could identify really quickly that this was murder if they found him as is. Wonder where the other girls are at this time. They are at the festival, I'm pretty sure. Or on their way home from it now, I guess. I have this feeling they will cross paths at the worst possible moment. I really hope they cover for him if they do. Nothing will go wrong. We're doing great. Maybe I twisted them too much. The bike lurched and did a wheelie like an angry horse. Ouch. I lost it for a second, but it was just a problem of how much torque to apply. Let's try that again. This time, slowly, gently. That time, it went well. It was strange to be on a two-wheeled vehicle that would go even if I didn't pedal. Very odd, but I got used to it quickly. Mian once told me you could get a scooter license within a day, and she was clearly right. It took me a couple of months because it's not that easy here for some reason. Does this feel like a comedy now? Comedy episode 1, Keiichi trying to ride a motorcycle. This was pretty easy. I needed to throw the metal bat into the swamp too, but I didn't know how I would pack the back onto that motorcycle. Without much other choice, I stuffed it into the back of my shirt, feeling like a ninja carrying a katana. Oh, wait, what? What? Huh? Wouldn't it fall out of your shirt unless you have something to attach it to? Isn't there also, like, parts of his brain on your bats? Ew. If I put the tip down the seat of my pants and hunched over it, oh. Oh? I have no idea what he's describing here right now. What? 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 It doesn't matter. He has it somewhere on his body. I got back on the bike and, this time, got going without any difficulty. I carefully pressed the button labeled light and a rather strong light came on, illuminating the way forward. I probably really shouldn't have turned it on, but I didn't have any way of seeing at this point, and had zero confidence that I could ride through this darkness. As the rain came down on me, I maintained a precarious balance and inched my way towards the swamp. Along the way, I ran across a few people who seemed to be returning from the festival, but none of them had any interest in me. They were either all soaked through with the rain and hurrying on their ways home, or had their umbrellas low and their heads down. This is so lucky. This is insane. He has a bloody bat with him. Is probably all bloody himself. This doesn't just wash out of your clothes. I'm assuming that he has like light-ish clothes on, so you could see blood stains on this pretty easily, and he's just casually riding his motorcycle through the rain. He just thinks no one's noticed him. Yeah. I mean, maybe they don't notice the details. Well, whatever. Yesterday I might have been wary of even these passerby, but right now it didn't seem to be much cause for concern. In fact, it would probably be less suspicious to be riding out in the open like this instead of sneaking around. More and more, though, I started to think of that idea as naive, brought on by my exhausted state. Climbed a steep hill. On a bike, the hill would have put me out of breath, but I just had to accelerate a little bit to climb the entire thing. Motorcycles sure are convenient. It would be so funny if he kept the motorcycle instead of throwing it down into the swamp. Would not be smart for wearing clothes that stick out in a day like this. True. But, you know how he is. For a moment, its lights illuminated a sign before I passed by it. Onigafuchi Swamp. Good children do not play around here. Still, it wasn't like the way to the swamp was cordoned off by a metal fence or anything. Hi, Aki! Hello, hello, how are you? Why are you sad? The meow 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 song is a good thing. Good thing I can't read exactly. Oh my god, what is happening to my mouse? Hello, Pei! Welcome in! How are you? Parents and teachers would get mad at you if they found out you were playing at the swamp, but some of the bad kids in my class apparently snuck out here sometimes to see the giant crayfish in the palace. Palace? Place. They talked before about how they'd go to the candy shop and buy some pickled squid, then just tie it to a fishing line and throw it, and all the crayfish would come running. Once I got up to the bank, there was a tiny ritual shrine and traditional ropes on one of the trees. That is very eerie. And as it swallowed the downpour whole, oh, what if he just falls into the swamp and disappears that way? I'm fine. How are you guys? I'm also doing good. Glad you're doing fine. Good. I'm glad. Just woke up from a nap. How are the games going? Well, but we just murdered a man. But other than that, it's going okay. They're going, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. Oh man, what is happening? That's a real possibility. It is, and I'm scared to keep reading. Ritual shrine, traditional ropes. This is so creepy. This whole place is so messed up. And as it swallowed the downpour whole, the blackened swamp had waited for me. If I slammed on the accelerator from the cliff-like stop I was on now, the thing would fly straight into the middle of the swamp. I had to be careful not to fall in with it. If I drowned and disappeared... Man, what a stupid ghost story that that would be. Oh my god, is that what's gonna happen? Please, no. Don't joke around right now. Kill a bitch. I mean, he deserved the death, but it was still not so nice to listen to. All evidence would be erased if he fell in with him with the bike hole. I mean, he doesn't have the body with him. The body is still out in the woods. What are the next chapters? Just them finding the body and then realizing Keiichi disappeared, like Satoshi? Wouldn't that be something? Jumping off a bike in motion? Yeah. It's not that easy. There's a sense of humor for someone who just killed a man. I like how Ryukishi sometimes implements these kind of like what-if scenarios that are very likely and that the reader is probably making out in their mind anyway. Nagashi Satoko's uncle's corpse was found in a thicket by the road leading to town, and Keiichi Maimara went missing. No, that's exactly what's gonna happen. People would whisper that I'd been demoned away. the 5th year's curse would be a half-baked one. Oh, please don't fall into the lake. I got off the bike and twisted the accelerator as hard as I could. I let go just when it seemed like it would drag me forward. The bike shot off the cliff and was swallowed down into the swamp, leaving a far fainter splash than I'd imagined. Its surface was being pummeled by the downpour, and the muddy, filthy water was flowing into it. Okay, so we didn't fall into the swamp. That's good. We stay in this timeline and get a different perspective. That would be so funny. I couldn't even make out the motorbike I'd just thrown in there. It was pretty heavy after all. It would be quickly engulfed by the soft mud at the bottom of the swamp, and it would be pulled deeper and deeper until it reached hell itself. I felt no reluctance whatsoever in throwing the man's motorbike down to the land of the demons, but I did have a tinge of regret about Satoshi's bat. I washed the bat with muddy water, and the gore sticking to it came off easily. We're gonna put it back into his locker. What is with this music? This is so fucked up! Or are we now all touchy-feely again? Like, oh, now we have to find a nice place to put the bat since we had such a nice connecting moment with Satoshi earlier. I had sort of shared today's events with Satoshi, so I wanted to give it a quiet place to stay. That's how I felt. I started to feel more like returning it to the locker from before so it could continue to keep watch over Satoko.
サトシ、俺
Satoshi,
多分お前のこと誤解してた。
I probably, well, misunderstood you. He hasn't yet. With this VN, some third party is gonna pull some shit. I can see that happening. I love this tender theme so much. Satoshi Nation, Satoshi World Domination. Ora! I love Satoshi, to be honest. I kind of remember him from the anime, or at least the scenes with him. They were pretty nice. I like this theme too, just... I don't know. This is not the time to get sentimental over a bat, you know what I mean? Yeah, you don't have the time. Yeah. We need to keep going, buddy. Oh no, I don't think he left it on the road. I think it's a little further up into the forest. It's not on the road. That would be crazy. Satoshi listened quietly without nodding. I am absolutely convinced now. You were the one who beat your aunt to death last year and saved Satoko. I always scorned you and called you a coward who ran away, but I was wrong. To the rest of the world, some deviant was behind that incident, but I know that was something you did for her. And then you disappeared. You finally got back that peace and lost it within days. So I swear to you that I will live life to the fullest from now on. Live it enough for the both of us. Oh man, that's so sad. Satoshi didn't deserve that. Yeah, the motorcycle was on the road, the body is in the forest. Whatever happens now, he did do what he wanted to accomplish, so there's that. Now he only has to get away. I will live on as though this day never happened. But I will never forget the short time we shared together for as long as I live. I didn't know what expression Satoshi made as he listened, but as someone who had protected the same girl, I felt he had smiled and given me his blessing. And then my hand moved of its own accord, and the bat I had hesitated to throw away left my hands and flew through the air. Okay, we don't go to the school and put it in the locker. Thank goodness. It traveled its parabolic path, spinning all the while, and the swamp absorbed it without a sound. There weren't even any ripples when it hit the surface. That surface was tempestuous because of the downpour, and the bat was long gone. For a moment, I regretted having thrown it. I feel bad for these kids. That's all I can say, really. I feel bad that they have to go through this. Remember the code Koichi? Keiichi, do not get caught. As a fraction of Satoshi appears next to him speaking to him. He is literally Dexter right now. All he's missing is a ritualistic killing. That's what we're missing right now. We need to cut him up into pieces. Murder is good! You think he would approve? I think so. But I realized that might have been what Satoshi had wanted.
そうだよな。
Koichi Mayan. Oh man. Imagine how powerful I would be if I didn't misspeak in every sentence I said. I can't believe Koichi is the Hinamizawa swamp butcher. I like that. I like that. My brain is rotten from all the Dexter YouTube shorts. Don't worry about it. I just recently watched Dexter, so Dexter jokes are welcome here. You're right.
まだ感傷に浸る余裕なんかないんだよな。
I still can't let myself give into emotion just yet. I would return for my shovel, get on my bike, dig a hole to hide the body, and bury it. It seemed like a simple sequence of events, but I felt extremely exhausted, and I had to do it all tonight. Satoshi left me with only the advice that I needed to finish this up soon, then fell silent for eternity and disappeared at the bottom of the demon's abyss. I still like that we got that one line from Satoshi. It really was so well timed. I loved it. Okay, now for the actual heart part of all of this, I assume. Dragging a body to a good enough spot to dig a hole in the downpour that this is. And then cover the hole up again? The body up? Okay. I returned to the path I had ambushed her uncle on. My bike was hidden, sleeping in the brush. I stood it back up. Why would you do that? My whole body felt heavy, but I needed to finish by the end of the day, even if I had to whip myself to do it. Is he gonna drive over there with his bike? Oh, I forgot something. I didn't just come here for my bike. Oh yeah, that would be not good. The shovel was here too. Not good. I was zoning out. Every once in a while, if I let my guard down, my vision would almost go black. I mean, this was a hell of a day. Pull yourself together, Keiichi Maebara. It's not just the physical exhaustion, but also the mental exhaustion. Having to prepare yourself to murder someone, all the anxiety and stress that you must be feeling at that moment for multiple days. I'm surprised he's even able to go through with all of this. What is he going to say to his parents if he somehow gets home without getting noticed? I sure hope he doesn't have blood on his clothes. Not visible blood stains anyway, because how is he going to explain that? Staying awake by adrenaline by now? Yep. And it's slowly starting to wear off as the hardest part, arguably, is over. It's still not over. I went into the grove of trees and looked for the hole in which I'd hidden the shovel. Unfortunately, I had hidden it deep in the forest, not wanting it to be seen, and now everything was black in the night and I couldn't see anything anymore. I reawakened my fading consciousness and realized just how big this annoyance really was. Yeah.
おい、マジかよ。
Oh my god. This is not good. This is not good. Wait, you can't be serious. The sweat the rain washed away before came back up to my skin. Deep in the forest where the streetlights could never reach, the fact that it would be so pitch black had been completely uncalculated. With this much darkness, even if I had been able to kill him right away like I'd planned, I didn't know if I still could have buried him without a problem. What should I do? Is this music again? What is it called again? Oh, that's the wrong window. Frozen to death. How fitting. What should I do? Ew, what's that sound? Ew! I simply couldn't find the shovel tonight. If I forced myself to go deep into the forest, I'd lose even my sense of direction. I might actually get lost in there. That might have been an exaggeration, but it was... These sounds actually give me a headache. Oh my goodness. But it was fully possible I'd trip over a tree root and sprain a muscle. Alright, my house's storage room. There was another shovel there. The same fold-up kind. You're not going home to get another shovel to bury this body. This is where shit goes wrong. Couldn't I go back to the house, get the shovel, and give up on finding the shovel tonight? It's not as though the name Maebara is written on the shovel, but it seemed like an unusual item from an import variety store made in another country, so I didn't want to leave that shovel here. But in this darkness, I couldn't do anything. I should give up and go back to the storage room. And there was an electric lantern in there. If I used that for light, I could look for it. But it was so extremely dark. Could I light the way with just a lantern? The light of a lantern in this dark night. I couldn't discard the possibility of it drawing eyes. Yep. Even if you're like deep into the forest, a light deep in a dark forest might still be very visible from the outside, which can draw attention to yourself, which you don't want, obviously. And I doubted if I could find the shovel with the lantern's feeble light. Besides, I left the body there for a pretty long time already. My sense of fear, dulled through excessive exhaustion, finally reared its ugly head. Anyway, for now, the most important thing was to hide the body. Shovel being found wouldn't be a big deal, but a corpse? If they found that, I'd share the same fate as Satoshi. Is this theme I thought it played later? It's one of the most atmospheric. I particularly remember because it was... You weren't supposed to see that. It has a you weren't supposed to see that feel. It has like when you clip through the map to buggy video game dark Easter eggs. I can see what you mean, yeah. His brain is making excuses for himself. Yep. He is exhausted. I don't know how he's gonna go through with this. Water reflects the light. Oh my god, yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. First, I'd go back to the storage room at home. Then I'd get the lantern. When it's gotten this dark, I might still need light to dig a hole for the body too. And I'd get the other shovel. And then I'd deal with the body first thing. Once that was done, I'd come back here, find the shovel, and bring it back. I had to do at least that much. But I was so tired. But complaining was getting me nowhere. If I started getting complacent now, everything will have been for naught. At some point, I had sat down. I gritted my teeth and endured, lifting my heavy hips. The night was young. I don't know if your parents will let you leave if they spot you. Of all the nights I'd experienced, none of them had ever been this long. When would it all end? The night was young. Please don't tell me they're gonna end the chapter here. Please, please, please. Okay. Yes! Okay, we still have some to go. I was like, oh no. The lights at home were dazzlingly bright. Suddenly, they reminded me of how hungry I was. I checked the clock and saw that it was almost 7. That's still pretty early. I'm surprised it's this dark in the middle of summer, but I guess if it's like raining like crazy, there's a lot of clouds, so I thought for sure it was 2 or 3 in the morning already. I was surprised at how messed up my biological clock had gotten just from this one night. There was a warm light coming from the curtains in the living room window. The worlds between here and what was beyond those curtains were so different. Man, he just killed someone. This is so messed up. I don't want to be reminded of how messed up the situation is. Let me live in the bubble that is justified murder in video games. His mother spots him. I don't know if she'll find out what he has done. I mean, it depends on what he looks like right now. If only that man hadn't shown up, I would have been in that light. I'd still be excited from the festival. And I've been talking to my parents about how much fun I had with all of my friends. And then, even though they made a hot meal for me, I would have eaten way too much at the stalls, barely eaten any of it, and gone back to my room. No doubt I'd crawl into my futon and easily let myself fall asleep. But right now, I was completely different. There wasn't a single amber of warmth from those weak streetlights. Right now, I was unconnected to any time spent with my family, and there was neither warm food nor the time to allow myself to sleep. My body exposed to the cold rain, I knew that I simply had to spur myself on to accomplish what I must. I realized how timid, how cowardly I was becoming. For what purpose did I need to kill someone so badly that it was worth feeling this terrible? I lost sight of that purpose. That is not good. You need to at least remind yourself why you went through all of this. To keep some of your sanity. I selected the fastest, most fundamental way of saving Satoko, and executed it without hesitation. That man was dead. He was gone. He would never, ever hurt Satoko again. We all thought frantically for days on end about Satoko's problem, and finally, with no options, we gave up. And I had solved it in one night. I mean, it's not solved yet. By myself, without anyone's help. Right about now, Satoko would be making dinner for her uncle, despite not knowing when he'd return. And she might be spending the night trembling in fear of whether he'd yell at her for how it tasted. But her uncle wouldn't come home. She wouldn't have to fear his wrath, nor let him make her feel sad. I see. I did it. I successfully saved Satoko. Oh, man. What a shitty situation for these kids. This is why it's so hard to hide crimes your whole life. Gotta fight the guilt. Yep. Yes, this guy was an asshole, but in the end, can you ever not feel guilty for killing someone, taking their life and everything? You'll always feel horrible for this. Not just because you killed someone and ended their life, but also because you're lying to everyone around you. They think you're this normal person who would never hurt another being that way, and his parents never thought he would, turn into a murderer, so you have to lie to them your whole life about what happened here. You removed a big factor, but the main issue remains. Yep, I'm excited to see where it goes, but I can't imagine it being a good ending. You did kind of have Mion's help. Yeah, that's true. She was definitely very cooperative, even though she probably knows what's going on. I successfully saved Satoko. All I'd been thinking about for a long time was killing that man, and I'd forgotten the feeling that it was actually all to save her.
そっか
I did it. I did something good. That's right. I did something good, didn't I? I felt hot tears coming from my eyes. That's when I first realized that the exhaustion I'd been feeling was actually guilt. The blade of guilt, for a while now, had just been scraping away with its tip, hurting my heart. It hurt so bad I couldn't stand it. It was throbbing painfully. It hurt so much, it was so painful that I cried. I cried tears of joy at saving Satoko. Oh man, I feel so bad for him. Satoko's gonna go home to an empty house. Mion will know why. Oh, everyone will know. This will not have a good end. He will have to suffer through all of this only for the ending to not be what he wanted anyway. This is so frustrating. I didn't know why really anymore. I just cried. My tears fell and fell. As I stood there for a while, coming to terms with those warm tears, my heart was comforted a little. Alright, Keiichi Maibara. That's enough. There's nothing to regret or feel ashamed about. Both my body and mind were thoroughly exhausted, and that was a fact. It was only natural I couldn't feel anything. Even tomorrow and the day after that, I might not be able to feel anything for a while. But there was one thing that was true. There was the indisputable fact that I had saved Satoko. One day we would surely be rewarded. One day I would be proud of how distressing an enterprise I had undertaken to get Satoko's smile back. And so that I could wait for that day, I had to put the finishing touches on this night. If I left it undone, everything I'd accomplished today would be for naught. I looked back up at the sky, which didn't look like it would stop raining anytime soon. Then I rubbed my eyes and summoned forth energy coming from my core again. How long did I plan on spacing out? You're allowed to take a break after that, I feel? This isn't the time for daydreaming. Someone could find that corpse this very moment. That pessimistic thought was proof of the very natural emotion of fear, that had returned to me. As I allowed the fear to spur me onwards, I went to look for the other shovel and the lantern inside the storage room. Okay, back in we go. But first, we're gonna have a little ad break because I do not have any more snoozes. And we have one coming up in 40 seconds. So, if you need to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink or get a snack for this last bit of this chapter, I suppose. Feel free to do that. I will also get some more water. And I will be right back in 3 minutes. Okay, here we go. I just saw that I got a whole 2 gold catch, my. And I also saw on Twitter, there's these people, you know, there's this post every year. Oh, pause this image or this GIF to see what words you get, and those words will describe your 2025. Funny enough, the first word that I got was murder, and the second one was happiness. So, okay, what is it trying to tell me with what we're playing as well? Yay! Murder results in happiness. Yeah, what a coincidence. That's gonna be an interesting year for me. Okay, let's get back to this. It was fortunate I remembered what it looked like around the streetlight the body was near. With how dark it was quite possible that I wouldn't have been able to look for it either. Also, thank you for the hydrate blood. I didn't realize that when I left the place, so the idea of memorizing the spot hadn't even crossed my mind. And that's why I had to call it fortunate that I managed to get back to the body like this. Yeah, he's gonna slip up with him being this tired. I actually might have been better to... but it's also good to do it while it's raining. I would have said maybe hiding the body somewhere where it can't be seen and then coming back to this once he's feeling a little more well-rested would be better, but tomorrow is Monday. He's gonna go to school. Murder requires a lot of water, thank you. I will stay hydrated during my murder adventures. The corpse was now located in a big, muddy puddle. Half of the thing had already sunk into the swamp-like pool of water. I only realized afterward, but there was an unused irrigation channel right nearby, clogged with fallen leaves and dirt, and there was rainwater flowing in from there. My shoes had been awash with water for a long time now, so without any hesitation I stepped into the puddle. Luckily, the whole muddy stream washed it all away. I couldn't leave any slight traces, like bloodstains. The rain was like a blessing from heaven. I checked around me, paying very close attention, then turned off the lantern. It became pitch black, but my eyes got used to the darkness in a few moments, and once I managed to reach the streetlight on the other side, I was able to make out even faint lights. This is not how you should be digging a hole, but, well, let's see. I stuck the shovel into the puddle right next to the corpse. The ground was even looser here than I thought, and the shovel's tip easily slid inside. I had to hurry and dig. If I took too much time, I might lose my energy and strength again. It felt almost like digging a hole in the sand at the beach. It was easy to dig, but no matter what, the muddy water kept flowing in, covering the hole. The digging wasn't going as well as I'd hoped. I dug, and the water would go in, so I couldn't get a sense of how deep it was. The only way for me to measure it was to bury my own foot in the mud. Ugh, yuck. He's gonna get home looking like a mess. At like, what, 3 a.m.? Keiichi learns about physics. Shocker. I'm digging just fine. It's alright. Don't be disheartened. Dig, dig, dig. Occasionally, a car would come by on the road, and I'd hurry to hide myself in the trees. Yeah, he's not very far from the street. If anyone has a dog and just thinks, oh, I'll walk my dog in the forest, it's all over. Could you not use the shovel to check how deep it is? I think it's a foldable shovel. Those tend to not be very big. Occasionally, a car would come by on the road, and I'd hurry to hide myself in the trees. Everyone was only passing through. They wouldn't have their eyes peeled in this kind of darkness. I understood it logically, but I still couldn't help but hide. What I was really scared of wasn't quite that one of those cars would coincidentally happen to witness me here. It was that the distance I could spot the cars from was getting gradually shorter. At first, I noticed the splashing sounds from really far away as cars drove. Oh, he is not noticing them very quickly anymore because he's so exhausted. Oh. I noticed the splashing sounds from really far away as cars drove through them. I started noticing them less and less, and with the car that just passed by, I didn't notice until its headlights were upon me. I felt my senses growing duller by the second. Oh my god. He's gonna pass out in the middle of this forest. It's not part of your body and it's dark, it's hard to use something else to judge that. Yeah. You would have to get your arm half into the hole anyway, even with a shovel, so might as well use your leg. If someone were to take a peek in secret, as I was burying the body, at the worst possible time, maybe I wouldn't even notice. The moment I thought that, I took a good look all around me. I roused all of my half-asleep senses and searched for signs of presence nearby. Oh no, please don't let anyone pop up now. What if I found out someone was spying on me from the trees? Don't say it like that, you're gonna freak me out. And I'm just reading this. If he falls asleep here, then it's pretty much over for him. Oh yes. This is so creepy. We know the girlies like to stalk him. And we still haven't gotten the demon eyes picture today. Now would be a great time to get the demon eyes picture pop up. Carnivorous feelings snarled at me. Glaring? If there was, then I would dig another hole. I'd come this far already. You're just gonna kill someone else? With what weapon? With a shovel? In order to achieve perfection, I didn't care how much more I had to pay. I didn't know what kind of face I was making at the time, but it was definitely a fervently glaring one. He's becoming edginess. My five senses reached the conclusion that nobody was present. I didn't breathe a sigh of relief. How long had I been digging this mud out of here? It was deep enough for it to go up to my knees. Maybe this was enough. Is it? I don't know how short her uncle is, but... What? Or, wait, how is he digging this hole? Is he burying him standing up? Or laying sideways? If it's sideways, that is enough, but damn. I thought this whole time that he was doing it upright, but that would be very deep. Maybe this was enough. Maybe I'd throw the corpse in as a test. And if it's not enough, you have to drag it back out. Made him bury standing up. I mean, you could. But yeah, it wouldn't make sense. It's just a mental image I had. Imagine Keiichi getting home at the end of the day looking like a wreck. What is he even going to say to his parents? No idea what excuse he's going to make up. It's not a good one. If he did it upright, he'd never dig a hole deep enough and get out of it himself. Yep. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I'm also tired. Who knows? I swallow, getting my breathing under control. Despite how much I'd beaten him, I was afraid of touching the corpse. So instead, I dragged it by the feet to the hole. It took more than just a waggle and a tug to do it. But of course it did. Considering this man's weight was easily 80 kilograms. That's not a lot. I rallied all my strength and dragged him. At this point, my groundless fears that he might suddenly start moving again had vanished long ago. That is really not a lot. This dude does not weigh a lot. He's a kid and kids do get dirty. I mean, he's a teenager. Do teenagers still play in the mud? Remember how we recently found out that Dad Maebara is a doujin artist? I suddenly remembered a scene in the first arc where Keiichi says Dad is a sucker for the ladies. Okay. That makes everything even worse. With the Angel Mort scene and everything, boy, I gotta love it. Like father, like son, I guess? That's a lot. Oh yeah, it's a lot, of course, but it's less than I thought it was. The way he described his body made me feel like it's at least like 100 kilograms. He described him as a pretty big, buff, kind of overweight dude, didn't he? So I thought he would be a little heavier, since I'm, basing this off of how much I weigh, and I'm like, I'm pretty normal weight for my height. I don't know how tall this guy is, but that's not a lot more than me. Thought 100 kilograms was about right for Teppei too, right? Yeah, I was like, that's the least amount I would have guessed from how he described him. 80, of course, being a shit ton to carry for a high school student, but I expected more. Big man don't have to weigh a ton per se, but yeah, the way he described he would be heavier, yeah. Well, I guess that's fine. At this point, my groundless fears that he might suddenly start moving again had vanished long ago. His body fit perfectly into the muddy hole. It was more than deep enough. Alright, let's bury him. Quickly, quickly, quickly. If I did a perfect job of burying it here, everything would be over. I would hide it in the hole and none of this would have ever happened. When I realized I had only a little farther to go to finish everything, I was racked with pointless anxiety, like I was in a race against time. It was like I was absorbed in a delusion that if I didn't bury the body quickly, it might come back to life. You just want to get it done quickly. In any case, in a great rush, I poured mud and dirt into the hole. If I didn't work efficiently, someone might find me here. Until now, I figured if someone saw, I'd just kill them, but not anymore. I was arrested with such absolute fear that if someone saw me, it would all be over. Or you'd have to go through all of this again. Now that he says that, Mion in the hospital? Okay, but Mion was possessed. Unless Teppei is for some reason also possessed by some sort of demon. Boy. But yeah, technically possible. As I finished the work off, it was a total mess. Splish, splash, squish, squash. I drew the surface of the shovel across the ground, trying to make it flat. I was completely covered in mud at that point. The rain washed the mud off my body, but not off my now blackened clothing. My body and mind were caked with panic, with fear, with rain and sweat and mud. Oh my god, I feel so bad for him. My shoulders heaving, I threw down the shovel and sat down in the mud. I was so exhausted that I wanted to lie down right here and sleep. Don't do it. Don't pass out. It was over. This time, for real, it was over. I mean, you still have to look for that other shovel and cover up the other hole, but yeah. I can picture his white shirt being just black at this point. Why is it so Keiichi to wear a white shirt to a murder? The man was now on the bottom of the wet dirt. Right this moment, there were traces that this place had been dug up, but the rain and flowing, muddy water would completely cover it all within moments. Yes, It was over.
やったやったぞクソだね
I did it! I did it! I did it, you motherfucker! And then I fell over backwards, face up in the mud. Raindrops pelted my face without mercy, but I didn't care. After staying there for a while, resting my mind, I got up again. It was over. So let's go home. You already buried the whole thing. So now it's like it's never happened. It never happened, so there's no reason for me to stay out here and get rained on. I wobbled to my feet. I wouldn't use the shovel anymore. I considered disassembling it, but I didn't have the strength in my absolute exhaustion. I didn't really need to take it apart anyway. Dragging the shovel behind me, I headed towards the light. Oh no, what is gonna happen? This is not gonna end well. I stood up my bike. It had been laying in the grass by the road. You left it by the road? Implying that there's someone up in the woods? I didn't know how I was going to get the still assembled shovel into the front basket. I put the shovel down the back of my shirt like I'd done with the baseball bat. Unlike the bat, the corner of it was on my back, making it very painful. Plus, if I relaxed my posture even a little, it would fall out behind me. I ended up having to carry the shovel in my left hand and ride my bike using only my right hand. Not only was I in a state of total exhaustion, this was a downpour. One hand on the handlebars, I was swaying to and fro like a drunk. But I didn't care. Even swaying like this, I got a little closer to home every time I pedaled. I saw two lights swing slowly in front of me. A car was approaching. Oh no, I need to get out of the way? Are we gonna get run over? From far away in the shadows of the darkness, a car appeared. Its dazzling lights washed over me. The driver made a short honk of the horn to inform me I was in the middle of the road. I have to get out of the way. I kept telling myself that, but not only was I riding one-handed, I was exhausted, so I couldn't do anything. Oh no! Oh no! "162 to 165 centimeters? That is very short. But I guess possible. I love this scene in the anime. Oh. Oh. Riding a bike in the middle of the rain with only one hand. Possibly no light on his bicycle. How is he riding this bike? Is he riding in the middle of the road? Wobble, 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 wobble. I meandered about, not going to the right or to the left. The driver decided to swerve out of the right way in front of me, and without lowering its speed much, steadily came towards me. Probably grew up malnourished. What? With all the canned meat? I don't know what you mean. There was so much to eat. All of the humans? That ought to keep him filled up. Its outline grew larger in my vision, and telling myself again that I really needed to get out of the way, I jerked the handlebars in one direction, and lost my balance and fell over, bike and all. Well, my whole body splayed out, and one foot got caught in the bike. Oh, this was seriously bad. My drowsiness quickly vanished, and just as cold sweat broke out on my skin, the driver recklessly spun the wheel to the left, made a counterclockwise U-turn, and came right up to me and stopped. The driver's seat door opened, and the driver came out. No, this is bad. You idiot, what are you doing here? I was pretty sure someone would yell at me like that. Ah! No! What is she doing here? Excuse me? Okay. I expected anyone but her. Oh my.
誰かと思えば
Look who it is. It was a woman's voice and one I knew. She knows. She knows. Takano absolutely knows. I thought Oishi would be here. I thought it would be Irie or someone like that. I didn't think it was Takano. I lifted my face off the ground and looked at her.
高野さん。
こんばんは
Good evening.
月の綺麗な夜ね
The moon is very pretty tonight.
前原くん
Maebara-kun. It was raining far too hard to see the moon. Takano-san unfolded an umbrella and smiled as she spoke. That smile was, for some reason, uncanny, like she'd seen right through me. I mean, you did ask very specifically if it was possible for her uncle to, be the victim this year. I think seeing you all covered in mud with a shovel, possibly bloodstains on your clothing, I think she knows. Is it normal for a middle schooler to be knee-deep in mud during a festival day with a shovel and everything? Mm-hmm. If she was at the festival, then Keiichi doesn't have any way to defend himself. Her demeanor is really disturbing with her seeing Keiichi like how he is. Yep. I mean, she is, she knows what the curse, or she has her suspicions about the curse, right? So, seeing him like this, everything that he has said so far, she can draw her own conclusions. She will want to know how Keiichi beat Teppei in minute details. Go on, tell me. I want to know everything. Show me the spot. That smile was for some reason uncanny, like she'd seen right through me. Out of all the people I could have met, I got the sudden feeling that this was the one I wanted to see the least. No. I'm pretty sure this is the best possible outcome.
こんな時間にどうしたのかしら
What are you doing out so late?
傘もささずに全身ずぶ濡れの泥まみれで
And you're soaked and covered in mud, and no umbrella either.
それが何
What is that?
シャベル
A shovel? Doubt she even cares. Yeah, she probably doesn't care that much. She had come here via car. She wouldn't have known what I was just doing. And yet, she smiled as though she knew everything. That is just how she is, man. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. She always makes that mysterious-looking smile, remember? Don't let her on to anything, unless you dig your own grave.
噂じゃあなたゴルフクラブで野球に参加したそうだけど
Okay, so they saw me with that baseball bat. That's fine. The rumors say you were playing baseball with a golf club.
そのシャベルもつまりはそういうこと
Is that what the shovel's for, too?
傘の代わりってわけかしら
You're using it as an umbrella? I should tell a good lie here. When have you ever told a good lie, buddy? Imagine seeing Oishi. Well, he would arrest us on the spot, man. Dig your own grave, Ryukishi. If I could just do that, things would work out.
レナと宝探しにダム現場に行った時にこれを忘れてきちゃったんですよ。
When I went with Rena to go digging for treasure at the dam, we forgot this there.
ふーん
Mm-hmm.
それをこの土砂降りの中取りに行ったわ
And you want to get it in this downpour?
家を出た時は降るとは思いませんでしたので。
When I left my house, I didn't think it would rain, so...
けあら降り出したのは結構前よ
Oh, it's been raining for a while, though.
あなたずいぶん前から表にいるのね
You've been out for quite some time, haven't you?
まあそのほっつき歩いてましたから。
Well, yes, I was kind of wandering around.
それにしたって
He's actually doing an okay job at lying right now. Even
あな
so...
た
向こうからこっちに向かってきたんでしょ。
You came from that direction, didn't you?
ダムとは場所も方向も正反対。
Never mind, I said nothing. The dam is in the opposite direction, you know? Takano-san was clearly aware that something exceedingly abnormal was happening with me. And as she played her little word games, she was enjoying driving me into a corner. Are we gonna kill her? Maybe she had a vague guess just from the situation of what I've been doing. My timing really sucked to run into her of all people of all times. At the very end, I could only be frustrated at my terrible luck. I'd done so much at the end. The end was literally right around the corner. So why at the very, very end did I run into her of all people? Oh my god. Please do not hit her with a shovel right now. Are we gonna learn how to drive a car too? We learn how to drive a motorcycle and a car on the same day? Crazy. He should open his own driving school, man. It was helping set up Satoko's traps would have been more believable. True. Please don't. Please don't. What do you do, Keiichi Maebara? You're still holding something that could be a dangerous weapon. He's even considering it. Will you silence Takano-san? Even if it would be so simple to kill Takano-san, dealing with the car she'd come in afterward would be an issue. Couldn't drive a car. Not yet. It was completely different from a motorbike. But even if the car was here, as long as there was no proof I killed her... Oh my god. Yes, in tonight's downpour, without any prior planning, all by coincidence, a hit and run. As long as I didn't drop any handkerchiefs with my initials on them, they would never know I killed her. Oh yeah, because getting run over by a car and getting beaten up with a shovel are the exact same thing. What the fuck? I think a smack would probably knock Keiichi out at this point. I think she would not start running away like Teppei did. She would fucking knock that boy out. Where the hell are you even considering it? Just tell her you're tired? Yeah, just... Ugh. A black flame quietly smoldered and raged in the core of my body.
怖い顔。
Don't do it, man. That's a scary look.
いじめすぎちゃったかしら。
Did I tease you too much? Takano-san started to laugh by herself, then thankfully stopped talking about it. But the dark clouds in my mind didn't go away.
それはそうと。
Oh my god, girlie, just leave! Leave! Leaving that
いつま
aside,
で自転車にまたがったまま地面に這いつくばってるつもり？
how long are you planning on crawling on the ground with your bike like that?
そろそろどいてくれるかしら。
Would you mind moving out of the way? If I moved, she would leave. So I tried to get the bicycle up and out of the way, but then twisted my ankle in it and fell over. Ah, shit. This is really such a bad thing to happen right now. More murder will solve this. One more murder, and then another, and another, and yet another. Ah. I like the image of Keiichi riding his bike was all in his head. In reality, he was crawling, just crawling like an insect that he described he was. Oh man. That was a sharp pain in the ankle I twisted. Luckily, she's a nurse. This is nonsense. Sprained ankle now?
あら、大丈夫？
You probably have something in your car to help me. Oh my, are you alright?
ひょっとしてひねっちゃった？
Did you twist your ankle? Takano-san squats down and takes a good look at the ankle I keep rubbing. She compares it to my facial expression, apparently trying to gauge how bad the wound was.
立てる？
Can you stand? Even when she's saying the most normal shit, she sounds so condescending. I love it. Takano-san knows too much, yeah. Gotta go on a murdering spree, man. I didn't expect to, but I couldn't even stand up. It was all I could do to shamelessly wriggle on the ground like a caterpillar. Takano-san looked at her watch, then at her car, and after thinking for a moment, opened the passenger seat's door. And then gave me her shoulder to stand up with. She's driving us home. Oh my god.
家まで送るわ。
I'll take you home.
なんだか私が跳ねたみたいで嫌な気持ちだけどね。
I do feel bad since it's almost like I hit you.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
見捨てるのも気の毒だし。
I would just leave you there.
私が優しい人でよかったわね。
Oh my god, she is so creepy. It's a good thing I'm a nice person. Nobody good has ever called themselves a nice person, but that would have been a terrible thing to say to someone holding me up like this. Yeah, if you have to describe yourself in certain ways that make you look better, you're probably not all that great. Dark is gonna end with him and Rika playing old maid at school by themselves. To be honest, that would be kinda nice. Suppose she doesn't mind Keiichi being a murderer or doing some vile shit. You think? I mean, she enjoys stories of that sort of thing very much. I don't think she would enjoy, you know, someone getting actually killed in front of her eyes. I think she acts tougher than she really is. I took Takano's hands and sat down in the passenger seat. Takano-san went around the back and looked at my bike on the
自
ground.
転車は後日ってことにはならない？
I don't suppose we could take the bicycle home tomorrow? Oh yeah, leave more evidence, please. I could clearly tell from her face that she thought it would be a pain since it would be heavy and it would get her car dirty. But my bike has the name Maibara written on it. I couldn't leave it out here like this.
そのなんとか車に詰めませんか？
Well, can you somehow put it in the car?
ないと困るんで。
I sort of need it.
トランクはもういっぱいなの。
The trunk is already full.
後部座席なんかに積んだらシートが泥で汚れちゃうわ。
If I put it in the back seat, it'll get the seats dirty with mud.
まあ、あなたを乗せた時点でもう十分に汚れてるんだけれども。
Well, given how you're already in here, it's already dirty, I suppose. Just get it to the cleaners, man. Not in front of her eyes, but she knows something went down and she's all over it, you think? I don't know. I feel like... I feel like it's a 50-50. She could completely ignore that all of this happened, you know, to have something to laugh at, but at the same time, I could totally see her acting all cool and funny and stuff, but still reporting it to the police. He's definitely teasing him with a chance that the cops are gonna find it. Yep. She knows what she's doing. I turn back to the back seat and see someone's folding bicycle there already. Okay. It still looked big enough to fit my bike in there as well. My expression reflected my thoughts, and the exact thoughts seemed to get through to her.
わかったわわかったわ。
Just put it in, man!
積んであげる。
Alright, alright, I'll put it in here for you.
今夜だけはお姉さんも優しくしてあげるわ。
I'll be really nice, but just for today. Tonight, okay? I like how she called herself One-san. Takano-san continued with her mean jokes, but she hoisted my bike and loaded it into the back seat for me. The mean jokes were one thing, but couldn't she do something about that eerie smell of hers? And even more importantly than the bike, I didn't want to leave the shovel here. For some reason, I just thought back to last chapter where we learned that at the night where we broke into the ritual storehouse, she was already dead. For some reason, I was just reminded of that, and I was like, oh, what if she's possessed right now again? But yeah, I don't know. The shovel could be directly connected to the buried body and to me.
ついでで申し訳ないんですけど、シャベルもお願いしていいですか？
Sorry to ask another favor, but could you get my shovel too? What would it... It would be such a shame if we got all the way out here to get our supposed shovel from the dam digging that we did, apparently, and get almost hit by a car, twist our ankle, and not even bring the shovel back home. Takano-san gave me a clearly dubious
シ
expression.
ャベル
Your shovel?
別にいいけど
That's fine with me.
大事なもの
Is it important? The more I talk, the worse it gets for me. That's how I felt, so I didn't force myself to answer her. Eventually, outlasted by my silence, Takano-san gave a short shrug and sighed.
はいはいわかったわ
Alright, I understand.
僕はシャベルがないと困っちゃうんでしょ
You need your shovel, right?
そんな怖い目しなくてもいいわよ
You don't need to make such a mean face. Oh my god, I cannot deal with people like her. I would... Ugh. I would rather sleep there in the bush instead of going home with her. Oh my goodness. She's already doing this much. I mean, might as well pick up the damn shovel. Takano-san brought over the shovel that was lying in the middle of the road. I clutched it like I'd never let go of it again. Takano-san watched me with a puzzled look.
じゃあ行くわよ
Okay, let's be off.
前原くんのお家ってあの前原屋敷でいいんでしょ
Maebara-kun, you live at the Maebara mansion, don't
なん
you?
でみんなうちのことを前原屋敷って呼ぶんですか？
Why does everyone call my house the Maebara mansion?
だって現にお屋敷じゃない
Because it's actually a mansion.
お金持ちが羨ましいわ
It must be nice to be rich. As she spoke, Takano-san pulled the handbrake and stepped off on the gas. After making a skillful U-turn using the shoulder off the road, she steadily increased in speed. From the rear view mirror, that accursed place seemed to melt into the darkness.
慣れた
Ride?
あ、すみません。よく聞こえませんでした。
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
今なんて？
What was that? Actually lives in a mansion? Yeah. I mean, they did mention that in the very beginning of the first chapter too, that he lives in a huge mansion. Takano-san suddenly tried to say something to me, but thoughtlessly, I didn't catch it. Looking ahead, Takano-san said the same thing one more time.
したい
The body.
上手に埋められた
How well was it buried? What? I thought my heart might beat out of my chest, but I didn't let it show well. What just happened? How does she know? I mean, I know why she knows, because we're acting sus as hell, but oh my god. Deny everything. Just don't say anything. You don't even have to deny it. Just shut up. Just shh. But my lungs were squeezed tight and I couldn't breathe.
何を言ってるんですか？
What are you talking about?
こういう山奥に死体を埋
Oh
める
my
とき
god,
はね
why? Why did we have to meet her? Why is this happening? I mean, we knew this wasn't gonna end well, but why? Just pretend to sleep? Exactly. You're exhausted as fuck. You're in pain. Just fucking... You know? In this case, not saying anything is more suspicious. I mean, I guess. And burying bodies in mountains like
結
these.
構深く掘らないと野犬とか
Mhm.
が匂いを嗅ぎつけて掘り返しちゃうことも多いのよ
You have to bury it fairly deep because wild dogs will often smell the corpse and dig it out. Not just wild dogs.
野犬が加えてた人骨で事件が発覚警察一帯を山狩りへなんて結構ないことじゃないのよ
Some human bone a wild dog brings back in its mouth leads to an incident being uncovered. The police head out to a stretch of the mountains. It actually happens pretty often, you know? Alright, why are you telling me all of this? Pound, pound, clang, clang. Huge rusted bells start ringing in my head. Had I buried it so deep that I could say it absolutely wouldn't be found? I mean, let me see. He said knee deep. That is quite deep. I mean, my legs are really long, so, maybe his aren't quite as long. Even if I go a little lower, like below my knee, I mean, probably right on the verge of being okay? Knowing Higurashi, the mountains might as well act as a massive graveyard. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if there's a bunch of bodies there too. That's not deep enough for dogs? I mean, I can't really gauge. My dog has only ever dug a couple of centimeters deep to dig out something that she smelled, so I can't say. All of the dead animal bodies my dog has found so far were not that deep. Well, dogs are usually big. Yeah, okay, that's also true. It's a wild dog too. Probably a little bigger than my dog. But then again, he buried the body very close to the road. I wonder how close to the road these wild dogs would get. We don't get wolves or anything like that here, so I can't say. We don't have any wild dogs or wolves here at all, so I have no idea. But you'd be hard-pressed to find wild animals that close to the city. Usually I have seen them, or city is wrong, village I guess. But yeah, I don't know. It's fine, it's a game. All of the corpse will linger, but it did rain, that helps a lot. Also the body is fresh, so yeah, it's also summer, so it starts to deteriorate a lot faster. I wonder what she will do. Will she report Keiichi or not? It doesn't seem like she will. Otherwise she wouldn't be asking us these questions. Had I buried it so deep that I could say it absolutely wouldn't be found? The answer was no. I was in such a rush to bury him and get it over with that I couldn't deny having possibly buried it too close to the surface. I mean, no, wait. That's not, wait, anyway, this woman, how does she know? She had just passed by here in her car by coincidence. And we ran into each other by coincidence. If she had been watching the entire thing from the trees, and once I left, she came back in her car, it didn't make logical sense. So then, why? Okay, either he passed out and told her about it in his half sleep or something, or she is possessed and I don't know, they're kind of sharing memories as they're both possessed by some sort of demon. I have no idea. Why? Keiichi Maebara, that's it. You need to kill her. My entire body reawakened and I could feel my pupils dilate. Just talk to her. You can always kill her afterwards. I couldn't possibly beat her to death with a shovel in such a small car. I mean, you could. You know, a shovel is pointy and such. If, well, you know, you could. Then I would use my hands and strangle her. I don't think you have enough strength for that. And you also dug 2 holes in a matter of 2 days. So I don't think that's gonna be too good. Also, she's driving. Yeah, she's driving right now. His dark passenger is kicking in. Oh no. He would have been doing at this time of night. Yeah, that too. But still, for her to say it like that, it's very weird. You could have called the cops a good while ago. You think she's driving him to the police station right now? Having a car is just as easy as a motorcycle. Easy! Maybe it's an automatic. Wait, did they have automatic cars back in the 80s? I do not know. Oh my goodness. Hello, cats! Welcome in! Oh my god, my whole PC is lagging. Oh my goodness. Welcome! Hello! Murder! Hope you guys had a good stream. Welcome in, Raiders. Let me give you a shout out. I was faster than you, Austin. There really is not a normal person in this village. Nope. Yes, we have committed murder. Keiichi's going a little crazy. We have killed, how do I describe this? The uncle of, I don't know, do you actually know Higurashi? Am I spoiling you if I keep talking? We killed Satoko's uncle after we found out that he's been abusing her. So, well, yeah. And now we're being found out. She could drive it to the PD where Oishi is. If Keiichi isn't willing to enter, that might force him to spill the beans. Probably. Especially with Oishi there. My message is first on my screen. Keep telling yourself that, buddy. Someone dies repeatedly, one of the girls. Okay. Then you know more than me. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had a good stream. You were streaming Star of Providence. I hope that was fun. I have not heard of that before, but I did see you were playing Me Side yesterday, and I also saw your post on Blue Sky about how you really like the game and want to make it a tradition to keep playing it yearly. I'm gonna be playing Me Side tomorrow, so I'm really looking forward to it, especially since the praise coming from you is very, very promising. Japanese wild dog is an actual species of domestic dogs that resulted from hybrid breeding with wolves and coyotes. Okay, that's not good. So yeah, they could definitely sniff up that body if it's only in the ground, like knee deep. Like fighting words. Get it on! Lisa was so good, enjoy. Thank you, I really look forward to it. I did get spoiled a bit because I couldn't stop myself from looking into people's streams, but I think I saved myself from major spoilers. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm gonna poop my pants as per usual with horror games, but yeah, it looks really promising. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream, and I hope everyone is able to rest a bit now after stream. If you need to take a break, get some food, get some sleep, get some social time in, feel free to do that. And thank you so much again. Yeah, she was driving right now. If I strangled her, we might get into an accident. Then suddenly, Takano-san turned and looked at me.
ボケもツッコミもなし
What? Nobody retorted? For a moment, I was surprised. What was she talking about?
私たちあんまり相性は良くないみたいね
It would seem we're not a very good match. Takano-san said, disappointed, returning her gaze ahead. I repeated the words she'd said a few times in my head and finally realized she'd meant it as an off-color joke. I didn't know whether it was really a joke, but I wouldn't be able to fool her no matter how many lies I told. Right now, with her driving this car like this, I couldn't kill her. I would have an even harder time doing it when we got back to my house. That moment we met, that had been my best chance. And to have missed it so easily, it hurt. After that, Takano-san didn't say a single word. She really was just messing with him. You're right. She's just kidding. She just said, haha. Gotcha. She probably knows that he killed someone, right? But she doesn't want to get herself killed either, so she's making it seem like it's a joke, probably. Keiichi's mother said in that story, no one in particular except the kids and Oishi are actively thinking about the uncle. I think it's up to Satoko what's gonna happen if this goes right. Oh my god, you think she's gonna report it? You think she's gonna report him missing? I sure hope not. But just a prank, teehee! That's literally her, though. The car was almost completely buried in an almost suffocating silence. What kind of woman had I run into? With everything that happened today, I managed to pull it off. And at the very end of it, I just had to go home and go back to sleep. What bad luck. Why is everything black and white? Are we passing out? As my sleepiness gradually overtook me, the anxiety I felt steadily started to matter less and less. Is this alright, Keiichi Maebara? You probably should not leave this woman alive. Right now, I'm tired. Oh my god, we passed out. I mean, fair. He's eepy. You should eep instead of killing people. Could be either way. At this point, Keiichi's so paranoid, it'd be so hard to tell. Why? I can't even speak anymore. Yep. Loko's been so traumatized, disillusioned, that if he's gone, I don't know how she'll react to all of this. I have a feeling she might actually report it. Or maybe not, since he did this before. I'm not sure. She stepped on the brakes and I jerked against my seatbelt. That woke me up. I thought I must have fallen asleep by accident. I looked out the window and there was a big building with faint lights on. It was really dark out, but I knew immediately it was my house.
今ご家族を呼んでくるわね。
I'll go get your folks for you. That's not gonna be awkward at all.
少しの間だけど、一人でお留守番できるかしら？
Would you mind the place for a few moments while I'm gone?
バカにしないでください。
Don't make fun of me, please.
それにほら、
Besides, look,
もう大丈夫です。
I'm fine now.
一人で歩けますから。
I can walk by myself.
あらあら、
Oh
さ
my.
っきは痛そうな顔して肩まで借りたのに。
You were in such pain before that you had to get me to carry you.
ひょっとしてお姉さんに甘えてみたか
Oh
った
my
の？
god. Did you just want a pretty lady to be nice to you? As Sakano-san spoke, she left the car and opened up her umbrella. The sound of falling raindrops was fierce as always. I carefully reached down and rubbed the ankle I twisted. There was still some pain and a little weirdness, but they weren't that bad anymore. Rather than being happy about how light the wound was, I first regretted this whole thing. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I would still have taken the option of killing Takano-san right then and there. That would have been such a bad idea. I'm so glad he didn't do that. There probably wasn't much doubt that Takano-san was convinced I was involved in some sort of crime. If she knew about everything happening with Satoko, then she might have even guessed I'd killed somebody. I mean, she did. Also, did the Higurashi just kind of fade in and back out? I'm glad he twisted his ankle. Who knew that twisting your ankle could be so good for a story? Takano-san opened the passenger's side door for me.
本当に肩は必要ないかしら？
You sure you don't need my shoulders?
もう一回だけ甘えてもいいのよ。
I wouldn't mind doing it for you again. Hee Well, we have an ad coming in 30 seconds, so let's take a very quick break so we can get through the last part without an ad break in between. So if you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, or get a snack, feel free to do that right now. And I will be right back after the ad break too to finish this up. Okay, I am back. Um... Okay. I ignored her and answered by getting out of the car by myself. The rain was still pretty intense. I got my bicycle out of the back seat, and I was a bit curious who the other bike belonged to, but that didn't matter right now. I mean, her, maybe? She's so catty. She is. It's her whole personality. Also, thank you. Welcome back to you too. I let Takano-san hold the umbrella over me, then pushed my bicycle up to the front door.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
もうここまでで大丈夫です。
I'll be fine now. My ankle hurt so much earlier, and it still did, but it aggravated me that it hadn't even been that bad. It was really, seriously, terrible luck.
じゃあ私はこれで失礼するわね。
Alright, I'll be leaving then.
前原くんと二人きりで夜のドライブだったなんてみんなには内緒よ。
Keep it a secret that we had a nice evening drive together by ourselves, okay?
特に二郎さんにはね。
Especially from Jiro-san. Oh, okay. Jiro-san. Oh, she meant Tomitaka-san. I suppose she calls him by his first name. His full name must be Jiro Tomitaka then. And then the other bike, the folding one in the back seat that I didn't care about at first suddenly came to mind. Is that his? I never really understood their relationship. Are they dating? Might be. It's so hard to tell with how flirty she is with everyone, or, you know, how she is. Hey, excuse me, you're from Hinamizawa, right? On the day before yesterday, as I walked near the dam, half asleep, Tomitaka-san had talked to me. And the bicycle he'd been riding, it was...
あの後ろに積んであった自転車、富武さんのですよね。
The bicycle in the back belongs to Tomitaka-san, doesn't it? Huh. Takano-san's eyes, I think they sharpened for a moment.
どうしてそう思うのかしら。
And why do you think that?
以前に会った時見てますから。
Why? Yeah, okay, why does she have his... Okay, now it's getting sus. It's like Jiro-san is long for this world. Buddy is dead. Did she? He is dead. He is so dead. Did she kill him? I saw it when I met him
フレー
before.
ムも特徴的でしたし、
The frame stood out to me.
ふーん。
Okay.
でもおかしくないかしら。
But wouldn't that be odd?
この自転車が二郎さんのものだなんてことありえると思う？
Do you think it's possible for this to be Jiro-san's bike?
おかしいって。
Odd? Huh? Takano-san, her hair elegantly fluttering, peers into my eyes. The thing is, she doesn't understand how dense he is. He wouldn't get this. She should be the one to stop talking. He doesn't get this right now. He doesn't get the implication.
だって、
Well,
ひなみ沢には民宿なんてないのよ。
there are no bed and breakfasts in Hinamizawa, are there?
なら二郎さんは町に泊まっていることになるわよね。
Jiro-san would need to be staying in town.
そうなんですか？
Is that so?
まあ、そうならそうなんじゃないですか？
Well, I guess that's right, huh?
町からひなみ沢まではとても歩いてなんか行き来できないわよね。
She wants him to know killers amongst one another, but why? Oh god. You can't really walk from town to Hinamizawa, can you? This is... I did not expect this.
バスだって走ってないし、
And there are no buses
せめ
either.
て自転車くらいはなきゃね。
You at least need a bicycle. You didn't need to tell me that. That's why Jiro-san was riding a bike.
その二郎さんの自転車が私の車に積んであって、
For Jiro-san's bicycle to be stowed in my car.
二郎さんは私の車に乗っていないならおかしいじゃない。
And him not in there, that would be strange, wouldn't it?
二郎さんはひなみ沢で自転車なしってことになっちゃうわよ。
It would mean Jiro-san was in Hinamizawa without a bike.
二郎さんを放っておいて自転車だけが私の車に積んであるなんてね。
I'd have to have left Jiro-san somewhere and put his bike in the car, wouldn't I?
ありえないでしょ。
It wouldn't make sense. As she spoke, Takano-san made eyes like a hawk. Unfortunately, I didn't really understand what was so odd. He really doesn't get it. I mean, to be fair, he is tired as hell, but buddy.
それの何がおかしいんですか？
What about that is odd?
高野さんは富武さんとは仲がいいんですよね。
Aren't you and Tomitake-san friends?
何かのようで自転車を積んであげたって。別におかしいことだとは思わないですけれど。
I don't really think it would be strange for there to be some reason you had his bicycle in your car,
そうじゃないでしょう。
but it would be.
つまりこのひなみ沢において二郎さんとその自転車がバラバラに存在することはありえないということなのよ。
What I mean is, Jiro-san and his bicycle being in different places in Hinamizawa wouldn't make sense.
以上の理由からこの自転車が二郎さんのものであるわけがない。
And for those reasons, it means this bicycle can't be
理
his.
解できたかしら？
Do you understand now? Takano-san's roundabout way of talking was hard to comprehend, but that eeriness I could feel, that vague dreadfulness, I didn't like it at all. That's a blessing in disguise, kind of. The most wild, instinctive part of me warned me not to pry.
あれは私の自転車なのよ。
I mean, to be honest, she made it worse by talking. If she would have just left it at that, it wouldn't be suspicious anymore. He wouldn't have thought about this a second longer. That's my
二
bicycle.
郎さんに選んでもらったからセンスが似てるのは間違いないけれどね。
Jiro-san picked it out for me, though, so I can't deny that it looks alike.
あ、そうだったんですか。
Oh, I see now.
道理で似てるとは。
I thought it looked similar.
私とあなたは今夜出会わなかった。
Okay. Alright. Well, we're doing a little bit of that. I know it cuts it off a bit, but at least you don't get the weird squeezing of the image. You and I never saw each other tonight. But now you can't read it. So let me switch it back. I just wanted you to see the image. We're gonna see it in a little bit crunched. And now she was talking about something completely different.
何を言ってるんですか？
What are you talking about?
私とあなたは今夜出会わなかった。
You and I never saw each other tonight. I stayed there not knowing what to say, and Takano-san repeated her eerie, succinct phrase to me again.
私とあなたは今夜出会わなかっ
You and I never met this night.
た。私とあなたは
You and I
出会わなかっ
never saw each other tonight. Something cold and unpleasant crawled up my spine. I knew because I'd killed a person with my own hands before. Before I came to the conclusion that I only had a chance to beat this woman to death to keep her quiet. And I couldn't hesitate, so I could tell that she'd arrived at the very same conclusion. My instincts warned me again. I wish I'd never met this woman. The faint sense like a rotten smell drifting from this woman was no doubt the exact same sense that I was giving off right now. The very peculiar aspiration, the lack of uncertainty at taking a human's life for a purpose, one that only those who have risen above everything had. Actually, maybe I should have called it nausea. Oh my god. She's really pushing this point onto him. She's desperately trying to convey something. That something being his murder and her murder. Yeah, she just wants him to understand that she knows he did something. And he also doesn't have to kill her. Because, well, he also, if he uses his brain cells, has something against her. He'll know when the news comes out that the boyo is missing. I might have to get going, Soto. Thanks for stream. Spooky was very fun. Aw, thank you for being here, Amadis. It was very lovely to chat with you. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day and can rest up well when the time comes. Excited for more Higurashi as well. Me too. Oh man. It meant, and I didn't know how to explain this very well, but Takano-san was the same as me. In other words, someone who shouldn't have been here. Someone I couldn't have let anybody know was here. But didn't you just call his parents? someone who nobody would have wanted to see. And now that we had, we could calmly pretend as though we never met. Yes, which meant that, just like I wanted to have nothing else to do with her, she didn't want anything to do with me either. And she, too, wanted to make it so that we'd never met. Both of us wished for the same thing. Our desires were the same, which meant Takano-san's suggestion was extremely practical. And that I could not outright refuse.
それでいいならそういうことでもいいです。
If that's fine with you, then sure, whatever.
俺と高野さんは今夜出会わなかった。
You and I didn't meet this night.
そうよね。
You're right.
あなたにとってもその方がいいでしょうから。
Why did she supposedly kill her boyfriend? I actually don't know if they're dating. I thought they would be dating, but maybe not. He's part of something. She drove to them, but they both went up to the house without them knowing it's raining and she can get away without anyone noticing. Oh, I thought she said something about getting his parents. Give me a second. I'll go get your folks for you. That's what she said. And she was gone for a few moments. Left the car and opened up her umbrella. And then she came back. I thought she was gone for a second to get his parents. Maybe she wasn't? Maybe she did? I'm not sure. You're right. That would be best for you too, wouldn't it?
どうしてそう思うんですか？
Why do you think that?
いちいちうるさいわね。
Are you seriously asking me that?
それくらい自分で考えられないの、坊や。
You can't figure that out on your own, boy? Okay. She cut me off with the condescending word boy. Right in front of my house, in a place most unsuited to killing. And yet, there was a frozen thirst for blood coming from both of us. I would be killed right here, right now. Yeah, then I should have definitely beaten her as we passed each other. A damp, greasy sweat broke out on my body. That's fine. If you want me, then you can come any time. When I made up my mind, she shook her hair elegantly and turned on her heel.
よかったわね。
Please leave. Please leave me alone. She went to get them. Where are they? I think maybe she just rang the doorbell. I don't know what the hell she was doing. Good.
私が優しい人で。
I'm a kind person, after all. What was good? How? Because she was a kind person? Was that it? I didn't get it. Takano-san got into her car. We didn't exchange any words of parting. I had performed a massive feat, the killing of Satoko's uncle, and yet I didn't feel any accomplishment. On the holy night of Oyashiro-sama's curse, on which the taking of another's life was allowed, on the terribly rainy night when the demons wandered as agents of Oyashiro-sama's will, the demons were never supposed to meet, but suddenly they did. The demons parted ways triumphantly. There was no reason for them to fight. Both their objectives had already been accomplished. Keiichi retorted with saying that he could handle getting up, so she didn't go to the house before Keiichi went up. Huh. You're right, that's probably it. I mean, that's also smarter. I don't know why she would go to the front door to get them. But yeah, that's probably it. With the rain hitting me like a waterfall, my eyes met with Takano-san's through the car window. The female demon, her mouth twisted into a distorted, fearless smile. It was too late to kill her. Far too late. That first moment, the very first moment we saw each other, had been my best chance. And now that we had parted like this, I was acutely aware of it. I should not have let her live. She beeped her horn quickly, then her car drove off away into the deluge. The one woman who knew what really happened tonight disappeared into the dark. As long as she was alive, this night would never really end. Just get into an accident, I thought to myself, wow. I'm scared. Because he is clearly not in the right state of mind anymore. I feel like now that he's killed one person, whoever even crosses him in the wrong way, he'll just resort to violent actions. Might not have to be murder, but might be severely hurting another person. In this downpour, slip on some mud or something and fly face first into a tree and die. That wasn't a delusion, a wild flight of fantasy. It was an earnest wish. Yes, it was a command. Die. Die. And keep your mouth shut for eternity. Because I have no doubt you're wishing for me to die all the same. My curse upon her faded emptily as Sakano-san's tail lights disappeared into the utter darkness. Her car's lights were completely out of sight now. Even the sound of the engine faded into the sound of the heavy rain and was inaudible now. I too turned on my heel to draw the curtains on this insane night, to open my front door to end it all. I began walking towards the front door. I was covered in mud and I made a squishing sound with every step I took. It's been raining for hours at this point. We're soaked. Squish, squish. Don't worry, Keiichi Maebara. Don't misuse magic like that. It goes bad. Don't wish death on someone like that. Not on a demon too. She'll die. Squish, squish. Her end will be as miserable as she is. I'll throw her into some flames alive and let her dance until she's burnt to a crisp. Which is funny because she burnt last chapter. I'll burn her to ashes in the fires of hell itself until she's roasted as much as she deserves.
そう願うぜ
I wish.
本気でな
I really do. Squish. Huh? Just now, I hadn't taken a step, and yet a footstep. Without emotion, I turned around. Oh no! If there was a footprint that wasn't my own, then it was obvious someone else was behind me. Was somebody else there? I was sick of this. Whoever it was, I was sick of everything tonight. This time I would kill them. I'd kill them without a second thought. I wouldn't hesitate to turn around and dig another hole. What is happening? I don't like the bells. I don't like that. Keiichi killed the uncle, did his best to get rid of the evidence in his home, and he isn't dead yet. Well, as you wrote that. Fortunately, there was nobody there. Is it the demon following him? This is the same thing that happens when he thought he got ambushed by a female, possibly Rena, when he walked into his home on the first arc. He said, "Oh, I heard a female voice. I heard someone breathing into my ear," as he smashed his entire entranceway to smithereens. And there was no one there. He was fighting nothing. But he smashed everything to bits and pieces. So he wasn't crazy. There really was something there. And maybe he was just paranoid both times. Or both. I don't know. But fortunately, there was nobody there. I wasn't going to have to kill any more people tonight. This night, I couldn't handle any more of it. Even if I heard an extra footstep each time I stopped, I put it down to me just being tired. Oh my goodness. I don't think you're tired. And that makes it even scarier. Fire from Hell, victim of the 5th year. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm excited to read these. Take extra steps, brushed by a close encounter. Hold on, let me look at that achievement. Hold on. Give me a second, please. The image of the achievement is a bicycle. Looks like a foldable bicycle. Taking extra steps, brush by a close encounter. Well, well, well. I like looking at the Higurashi achievements. I think they're really fun. Okay, well, we have 2 more. I'm guessing in this one, they're gonna find Tomitake-san's body. Okay, let's look at this one. Fire from hell.
はい、もしもし。救
Hello?
急ですか？消防ですか？
Do you need the hospital or the fire department?
消防です。
The fire department.
火事ですか？事故ですか？落ち着いて話してください。
Oh my god, wait. Did she actually burn to death? Like in the last chapter? Is there a fire or some other accident? Please speak slowly and calmly.
多分火事だと思います。こちらは中部高速の柿内サービスエリアなんですけどね。裏の山からなんだかすっごい火と煙が上がってるのが見えるんですよ。
I think it's a fire. This is the something something rest area on the something something highway. I can see a ton of fire and smoke coming up from the mountains behind us.
あんなところ誰も立ち入らないからなんで火がついてるのかよくわかんないですけど、とにかく連絡した方がいいと思って。
Nobody goes back there, so I don't know why anything got lit on fire. Anyway, I figured I should let you know.
山火事にならないとも限らないし。
It couldn't turn into a forest fire. I hope that's not the forest that we buried the body in.
わかりました。
Last time she
すぐに現
buried
場を確認しますので、そちら様のお名前とすぐに連絡のつく電話番号、それから火災現場の詳細な場所をお願いします。
not buried. She burned on a mountain? I think she was killed and then burned. She burned after all. You got your wish, Kei-chan? I guess so. But why? Why was she? I understand. I need to know exactly where you are. So please tell me your exact name and phone number so we can use that we can use to get in touch with you, and the exact location of the fire.
消防司令部より通達 G ブロック西側山斜面にて不審火の通報あり
Who said she burned and not her victim? True. It could also be Tomitake-san. It would be a nice coincidence that she burned both last chapter and this chapter, especially after he said that he wants her to burn in hell. And last chapter she also died after mentioning that she would kind of like to experiencing to burn to death. Which, okay, you got your wish too, girly. So it's just me speculating that it is her. Notice from the fire department headquarters, we have a report of a suspicious fire on the western slopes of the something something mountain. And it's on the mountain too.
街道から離れていることからカップルの焚き火か不法投棄のゴミに放火したかの可能性があります
Given its distance from the road, it could be a couple's bonfire or someone unlawfully burning
現
trash.
場は深い森林地帯周辺に民家はないが延焼の可能性あり
The location is deep in the woods, no homes in the area, but the fire could spread. Oh, sorry.
直ちに現場を確認されたし
Immediately go to the site to verify.
消防署ですか。こちらは G ブロック第3消防分隊です。
Is this the fire station? This is the something something district fire department branch.
通報の現場にさっき到着。
We arrived moments ago at the reported area.
ドラム缶が一つ山中に放棄され炎上しているのを確認しました。
And it's yet again a burning oil drum. Self-fulfilling prophecy? Pretty much. She ended herself with wishing for that. Fire confirmed to be a burning oil drum left in the mountains.
火は鎮火しつつあり、延焼の可能性はなし。
The fire is calming and there's no chance it will spread.
で、
And,
その
well,
ドラム缶の中に、
hmm.
多分人じゃないかと思うんです。人らしきものが灯油か何かで焼かれたという感じで。
In the oil drum, I think it might be a person. Like, a person burnt with kerosene or something.
その警察の人にも連絡した方がいいんじゃないかと思いまして。
Well, I think maybe we should get a police officer over here.
あ、間違いねえよ。
There's no mistaking it.
これ人だよ。
This is a person. Oh my god. I want to know who it is. I want to know. Are we gonna find out on this one? Is it actually Tomitake?
今年のたたりってことっすかね。
This year's curse then.
そういうことになるんですかね。毎年いろんな殺し方を見せてくれますが、今年は特に際立っていますね。
That's what it looks like. He kills them differently every year, but this is particularly conspicuous, isn't it?
自分で自分の喉をかき破るなんて普通じゃないっす。
Well, it's not Tomitake. Clawing out your own throat, that isn't normal.
あとは鑑識のじいさまに任せましょう。きっと何かの怪しげな薬物を検出してくれるに違いありません。
Let's leave the rest to the old man in forensics. I'm sure he'll find some suspicious drugs. This guy cannot get a day of peace. He will keep scratching his throat out. Poor guy.
お疲れ様です。お疲れ様です。
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work.
あ、おいさん、小宮山さんたちが到着しました。
Oh, Oishi-san, Komiyama-san and the others have arrived.
大石さん、お疲れ様です。今年は一等来てるのが出たらしいじゃないですか。
Oishi-san, much appreciated. Well, it would seem we have a pretty crazy one this year.
裏をかかれました。
Yes, we've been outsmarted.
私はてっきり今夜死ぬのは北条哲平だとばかり思ってたんですがね。
Of course he knew. He knows. He always knows. He always knows. I was absolutely under the impression Teppei Hojo would get killed tonight.
仏は何者です。
Oh, well, if that's his suspicion, he's 100% gonna check out if he's gone. And he's gonna get so suspicious when he finds out that he did not come home. At least forensics must be fulfilling and steady job here. At least once a year you get a big case that you can take a shot at, you know? Who is the deceased?
富武二郎。年に何回かひなみ沢に来てる趣味の写真家さんです。
Jiro Tomitake, a photographer with a hobby for coming to Hinamizawa a few times a year.
ノーマークだったな。
We didn't even have him marked. Oh my god, do they pick out likely victims? I mean, it makes sense if they're trying to solve this thing 5 years in a row. Though it's only Oishi, really, trying to make sense out of all of this. Because everyone else thinks these are, you know, close cases since every single year a killer has been found.
どうなんでしょうね。北条宅にずっと張り付いてたのがバレて、ターゲットを変更したとか。
I wonder what happened. Did they realize we were watching the Hojo residence the whole time and decide to switch their target?
かなあ。恨めったな。
Maybe. We sure flubbed this one.
で、北条哲平の方は何も問題なし。
And there are no problems with Teppei Hojo?
ねえ、夕方頃に娘が祭りに出かけて、その少し後にバイクで出かけまして。
Correct. His daughter left for the festival in the evening, and a little while later, he left on his motorbike. Oh my god, they were watching him? Oh my god, they were watching him? Keiichi is so lucky that they did not see him. They watched him leave. Oh my god. Sergeant Kuraudo dokes? Not dokes. At least it's not, you know, Oishi in the oil drum. Hello, Shrimpy! Welcome in! How are you? He has his subordinates in the PD. Yeah, I guess. I mean, he convinced basically everyone to risk their jobs to catch Mion in the act last arc. So I guess he has a lot of people that will listen to him instead of his actual superior.
先に娘が帰ってきて、あれ
His daughter came back first. Wait,
まだ帰ってないかな？
has he not come back yet?
どっかで飲んだくれてるのかな？
Is he still out drinking somewhere?
大石さんいらっしゃいますか？高杉課長からです。
Oishi-san, are you there? Call from Chief Takasugi.
1号車の無線にお願いします。
He's on the line in car 1. Probably a report about the burning oil drum. Oh my god, what is happening? So, wait, does this mean that Takano is responsible for every time that this guy has scratched out his own throat? Is that what this means? Or is it just in this chapter? Because the same thing has happened to him every single time. In the last chapter, she burnt to death. Or no, she was killed and then burnt. In the first chapter, she disappeared. Which could also mean she killed him and then ran off. Keiichi never even considered this. I mean, why would he? He knows that Oishi was after Satoko, but he also didn't know why. And he also doesn't know about Oishi being behind the investigation on this. They briefly met and they didn't talk a lot. Struggling to sleep because I'm restless about a match I'm having in like 6 hours. What match? About the sports you do? Or something else? But yeah, I know how you feel. I hope you can fall asleep quickly. 6 hours is not a lot of time to get some sleep, especially if the match is in 6 hours. I keep forgetting. I mean, that's more for you than for me. Badminton match. Well, I hope you can fall asleep and, you know, and win. Go win! Not hitting someone with a racket? We'll see about that. Oh my god, okay. But I have to... I will end it here. I need to process everything that just happened. I have so many ideas in my head for what this means. I guess we'll see. Keiichi is still alive, which is unheard of. I'm 100% sure almost that it is Takano-san up in the mountains burning and that oil drum. I don't know why, I don't know how, but I am almost 100% sure it's her, but because it would be weird if it wasn't her, because it's just too big of a coincidence. But yes, I'm sorry, Shrimpy, you just got here, but I am turning off. You will surely find someone that you can fall asleep to. Okay, let me see who we can raid today. Not a lot of people that I usually raid are on right now. But someone that I personally really enjoy watching is Kappa Che. I think she's a bigger VTuber. I think some people know her, probably. And she also has her streamiversary, her partner anniversary to be exact. So let's go raid Kappa. I really love her streams. She is probably one of my favorite horror VTubers. So I hope you will also enjoy her. Let me... Oh my god, my mouse is lagging. I should change my batteries. Let me post my raid messages if you want to use them. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. I will see you guys tomorrow for me side. And, yes. Hope everyone has a lovely rest of their day and can rest up well today. Bye bye. See you guys tomorrow. Also, thank you so much again to Kat for the raid. Please check out Kat. Absolutely check out Kat. She's an amazing streamer and I love her very much. So you should absolutely check her out. And also thanks for all of the raiders who stayed to check me out. Yes. I'll see you guys. Bye bye.